Yeah, yeah. 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 I mean, I'm usually pretty quiet during the Takeover Tuesdays because there's not much for me, so I just, I'll dip out after a little bit, make sure everybody's good to go. We'll do it live. Again, as always. It doesn't feel like it when you're when we're in it. Yeah, it's gotta be. Right? Gotta get those sweet, sweet takeovers. Wow, look at that. Actually on time too. We did good today. That's powerful. Yeah. So what you're saying is when you try to be early, you're just on time. That seems like a life lesson. Yeah. Oh, hold on. You are muted in the stream. Yep. I can hear myself, but I cannot hear you.
That should be working now. Yes? No? There we go. All right. Welcome, Terry, Hawk, John, Darren, Freaky. Good to see everybody. Alex, Shaggy Flop, Preston, Mr. Brightside, MJT, Great Dane. Hey, good to see you, Dane. Francis. All right. Kirk, Shaggy Flop in the building. That still cracks me up. Yeah, so this is what happens. I have an Elgato Wave microphone, and every once in a while, Elgato updates their software. And every time they do, it just basically deletes all of my saved settings in every single piece of software where I use a microphone. So it changes my system settings, it changes my OBS settings, it changes my Discord settings. It changes everything. And so I try to go through and reset them all and get them into the right spot, but I missed the one in OBS. So that was my fault. Is there a way to see how long you have left until you are takeover eligible again for previous winners? I think so, right? So son, you can just check on your Discord status, right? And it should tell you how long it's been going. Son? Now I can't hear you. Why can't I? Now I can't hear you. What the heck? Okay, that makes no sense. I didn't change anything other than my output. Go back to Discord and see if anything changed in Discord. It's not me, I don't think.
Well, it ain't me, say.
Yeah, well, now you're back. It was definitely you. What did you do? What did you do?
It wasn't me.
It was you. What did you do?
I didn't do anything. I was sitting here talking to you. I was answering your question.
Nope, it was you and your crappy microphone, and you don't want to blame it on it. I get it. But I did nothing. I changed nothing.
Uh-huh. A convenient truth for you, huh?
All right, so what were we saying? We were saying if people want to see how long they have left before they can get another takeover.
If you look at your Discord roles, if you still have the takeover winner role, that means that you're currently not eligible. Now it doesn't. There's no system to show exactly how long that's been, but if you ask me, I can find out. Just ping me and I'll search up.
There you go.
Francis says mute son again. Lol. Hey, Francis. go find somewhere, buddy. All right.
No, Francis is good, man. Francis is all set. Francis is about to get himself
exactly
a gifted sub to the channel. Hey, Sauce. Hey, Dark. Good to see you. Shock in the house. Annie. Good to see you. Thank you. Thank you. Baby's doing well. He is... Well, what do babies do? They sleep, they eat, and they poop, right? So that's what he's doing. But he's awesome at it. He's the most talented sleeper, eater, and pooper I've ever seen in my life. Boy has skills. Who'd better, Skull Crusher or Umbral? Skull Crusher is generally the one who's used as a stun target for clan boss, if that's what you're looking for. Plus, he has counterattack, so Umbral's more of an arena champion. Do I sleep? I'm getting about 5 hours a night. My wife and I are doing kind of a swap thing, so I take the 10 p.m. to 4 a.m. shift, and then she takes the 4 a.m., to morning shift. She usually gets an afternoon nap because my in-laws come and take the baby for several hours, which is very nice, while I'm working. And so I'm doing okay on sleep. I would say I'm getting about as much sleep as I was getting during the HH free-to-play challenge. So my life hasn't changed at all. The challenge ended. I got the baby challenge going now, and it's exactly the same. You haven't seen Sun's picture today. Well, we'll have to change that, won't we? There you go. This is my editor, whose name is Sun, a.k.a. Aaron. And if you need any help, he's here to help you out.
Brother. Brother. The worst part is I despise Apple products. So the fact that he's an Apple tech, it just burns.
For me, it's a different I have a different reason for hating them than you do.
Do you? What's your reason? Let's discuss our hatred for Apple products. This makes me happy.
I think they have contempt for their customers. I think they're shady as hell.
Yeah.
And I think their attitude is, we're Apple, we make stuff. You should just take what we give you and say thank you and shut the hell up. That's their attitude. I'm like,
amen, brother.
Yeah. So
preach the truth.
That's why I hate them. I used to love Apple. Like when I was in college and stuff, I was like, oh yeah, I want all Apple products. I didn't, but ever since the iPhone came out, they've just turned into assholes.
Look at this. We've never agreed more.
Yeah, but you have a more personal reason for hating them, don't you?
Oh, well, I mean, yes, that's partially true as well. But I just don't like their business practices, like you mentioned there. And the whole oh, I'm sorry, this stick of RAM in your laptop is bad, so it's gonna cost like $4,000 to repair it. You might as well just buy a new one. It's like
Mm-hmm.
you go anywhere else, it's a $50 repair.
They are Plarium, caveman. That's exactly right. Except they're 50 times the size of Plarium. No, more
50.
than that. They're 500
Yeah.
times the size of Plarium.
with 50 times the content.
Yeah. I'm an Android guy too. I've got a Samsung, I think. I don't really care who makes the phone as long as it runs Android software. Will you be going for the voted fusion? Yes, I will absolutely be going for whatever his name is, Wixwell. All right.
Amen. Me too.
Yeah. Well, we don't have the crowd that we normally do here for Takeover Tuesday, probably because we've had a couple of missed weeks here, but that's okay. That means each of you has a better chance of winning a takeover this week because other people aren't showing up. So why don't we go ahead and get started? We're going to do the reset in the Wheel of Takeover. Let me just run down the instructions really quickly. You need to join the Discord community. If you've never done this before, you need to join my Discord community. There is a link in the description of this video. You come in here on the left-hand side where all the different rooms are. Just scroll down until you find the coaching corner. In the coaching corner, there's a room called the Wheel of Takeover. In the Wheel of Takeover, Sun has put out a message. All you have to do is react to the message. You can't reply. Don't try to type anything. Just click any reaction whatsoever that you like. That will put you into the wheel. The wheel will be spun. It will land on somebody. That's the random number generator that we're using. And that person will get the takeover. In preparation of your takeover, have your login information ready. And then as soon as you win, DM that login information to me so I can log into your account. Sun will give you permissions to enter the coaching voice. You want to enter the coaching voice room. That's where Sun and I are hanging out right now. You won't have the ability to talk, but you will be able to hear me in real time, which is important because there's the delay on the stream. So mute the stream and listen to me in the channel. And then you can DM me any information about what kind of takeover that you want or, any particulars that I ask you about. You get one takeover every 90 days, or you're eligible for one takeover every 90 days. So if you've won in the last 90 days, you are still ineligible. But that means if you won early in the year, if you won in like January, you are probably eligible again. So that's the way we do it. That's it, I think. All the takeovers are available today. So Hydra takeovers and gear cleanses and all that stuff is available. We're doing a full-on takeover. We're going to go for 2 takeovers today. They usually run about 90 minutes to 2.5 hours each, but we're going to try to go for the shorter end of that spectrum. So we'll see what we can do. And don't be afraid to shout out all the mistakes that I'm making. That's always fun. Let me get my Windows set up here. Sorry, it's going to be playing with the visuals a little bit. Yeah, if I've taken over your account before, don't expect me to have your info. Like, I mean, if it's still in the DMs, maybe I can find it. But. MJT, you said, who is that great? The new Fusion? New Fusion's going to be good. Yeah, I don't know how good yet. We'll have to see. Hey, mine. Mine, what I would recommend for right now is to go into the Discord community and just post your roster and ask for help in the Clan Boss channel. But yes, I will be offering paid services probably in May. So if people are going to want takeovers, they can sign up for that. I think Wixwell could be useful in a lot of places. One of the things about his kit is that he has that buff that will. So I think it prevents crowd control abilities that can't otherwise be blocked, right? That can't be blocked by block debuffs. And so I think that's going to be valuable. Or can't be blocked or can't be resisted. I'm not sure. So it could work in Arena, could work in Doom Tower. There are going to be a couple of places where it's going to be cool. Preston, yeah, I know what you're saying. Sometimes you rebuild a team and you're like, God, good, it's done. I don't want to, I just want to play my account for a month. I don't want to have to rebuild anything. Free-to-play friendly Spider Hard 10, where requirements are Sissia, 3 Epics, and Renegade. Yeah, that's pretty good. Does it work with Artak? Because Artak would be even better. Sissia has the extra turn mechanic, so it might not. No, on hard, she doesn't. You can't get the extra turn mechanic. So if it works with Artak, then it can be really friendly. Spider 10 hard can be done with Mithrala, a Kemptum, and any poisoner. It's an interesting idea. I'll show you my hard 10 spider. So it's this. This is not free to play friendly. But it uses basically the double HP burn activations. Right? Mithrala is there for Hex just to spread the damage. I mean, Cardiel's basically there for speed lead and buffs for Newt, and then Newt does a bit of damage. But honestly, I feel like I don't need all 5 of these champions. I could probably do this with just Mithrala, Artak, and Sissia. Maybe even just Artak and Sissia. I might not even need a 3rd champion. I've showed this before. This is pretty cool, though, because what happens is Sissia goes before Artak, because she's faster, but then Artak's passive speeds him up, so he goes faster than Sissia in the 2nd round. So he activates her burns, and then she activates his burns. And it's because they flip order. See, he went 2nd there, but now he destroys his own HP, so he's going to go faster than her. He's going to come back around to his 2nd turn, so he's going to lay the HP burns, and then Sissia will activate Artak's HP burns. I really like it. It just feels very... I don't know if clever is the right word, but it's like such a nice interaction. The synergy is so great. Just really, really sweet. 10 turns, 41 seconds here. Pretty nice. All right. So I think that's plenty of time. Let's go ahead and spin the wheel, son.
All right.
Hey, Sindragor. Good to see you. El Safa. John Hodgson. Good to see you, too. The winner is UDK Dino. I don't know what I was going to say there, but it wasn't going to be that. UDK Dino. Congratulations. Hey, Car. Did I message the right person? Yeah. So, Dino, go ahead and send me your account information. You got Riho. Nice. That's very nice. There's a battle going on between Apple and Android people right now. Got the information coming. We got the 2-factor authentication. Your clan boss team is Wukong, Deacon, Python, Gizcard, and Fatman. Who should you swap out with Skullcrusher? I don't know. Maybe Python? Maybe not. I mean, if he's your block debuffs, you know, maybe Deacon. That's kind of tricky there. You know, it's like that team, maybe Wukong. Like Wukong's probably your damage, especially if he's got Brimstone. So all right, we are good to go. Clan boss help and arena. All right, sounds good, Dino. We can do that. Yeah, you don't want to have to use the revive, right? If revive is useful to you in clan bosses, then your team's probably not built the way you want it to be. The cleanse and the healing, sure, you know, like sustain, I get, but revives generally are not the best way to go. There are a couple of weird compositions you can use with like revive on death to tank the, you know, the stun and stuff. You could do that, but got to click all the red dots. Sorry. All right. Altar of Souls. Who you got? Ooh, Cardiel, Perfect Soul. You're like me. You're completely broke on essences. As soon as I get essences, I buy somebody. All right. So let's take a look at UDK Dino. Level 66 account. We are into Cleopteryx. So we're past the 270-day mark. So you have Vizix. I don't know. This could be the very first. It could be 277 days. Or it could be further in. Let's go check our Vizix. Where is Vizix? Is she built yet? Is she in the vault? Oh, there she is. Level 50. You got her built. Rocking the Bloodthirst. I probably wouldn't go Bloodthirst on her, but, you know, sometimes you just got to get the gear on that you can get on. All right. So, interesting account. You've got Wukong and Artak. You do have Chronum. You've got your Geo. Got your Rathalos. You have Stagnite, which is fantastic. He's going to be a huge help. You've got your Mountain King. Drexthar. Was Drexthar a pull, or did you complete the fragments? You also have Yannicka. I'm assuming you completed the fragments then. You've got some interesting options here at 50, too. You've got a Venom Mage, a Magnar, and a Lure. Jareg. Got Claydna. Okay. Interesting. Checking the epics here. You've got Fane, Annex. Spy. Neldor is really good. You do have a Cold Heart, which is fantastic, and a Painkeeper. See what you've got in the vaults. Got a second R-Tac. Wow. And the second ultimate Gaelic. Second Mordecai. Second Stagnant. Runkeeper Dazdirk in the vault, just chilling. Hey, Destania. Good to see you. D-E-S-D-A. No, wait. D-E-S-D-A-N-I-A. Destania. I can't get that out of my head. Okay, so let's look at your clan boss team. Oh, your account name was something else, wasn't it? No, UDK. Okay, UDKD. So where are you? You've got 12.5 million. So two key here into Brutal. So you're doing about 6 million per key in Brutal. Okay. All right, so we don't have a key right now. Let's see if we have a key over here. You can collect these. All right, doesn't look like you have a key at the moment. Okay. All right, so for clan boss, if I'm just going to look at your team, right? One of the things that I'm thinking about is like, you don't have an unkillable team. So we need to find a way to do two things. One is get more turns, and two is extend the life of your team. Now, you have some good champions to do that, to extend the life of your team with. You have Stagnite, who's got an AoE decrease attack, 100%. It's actually 95%, so you do have to put the mastery into Sniper. You have to pick this to get it to 100%. So that's your decrease attack. You could use R-Tac for the decrease attack as well if he's got enough accuracy. That can be fine, but he's not running a lot of accuracy right now. You might have some other decrease attack options, but those two stand out as very good options, right? The nice thing about Stagnite is he also brings a drop defense. So that's going to do more damage if you have that drop defense there. You have ways to speed up your team. You have both High Katoon and Apothecary. Those are good ways to speed up a clan boss speed tune. You have Jareg, who is a very good ally attacker. Not ally attacker, I'm sorry, ally protector. So ally protection, because he has the increased defense on all allies for 2 turns on a 4-turn cooldown. You would want him to be running at a 4-3 to give you the ally protection for the 2 AoEs, and then you'd have to do something for the stun. You have Geomancer, who is huge for clan boss damage. This guy can be really great. You want to build him really tanky. He's not tanky right now. So you need to kind of get him into a tankier spot. Again, you need the accuracy to land your debuffs. So accuracy and speed are going to be important here. He's not running fast. Almost everybody should have speed boots, by the way. Almost everybody should have speed boots. So anytime you have, like if I'm looking at your champions, I'm like, okay, so no speed boots? No speed boots. No speed boots. No speed boots. So like everybody should basically be running speed boots. I don't mean in the speed set. I mean with the speed as a main stat. So if we look here at your gear, I just go to primary stats. Let me change myself a little bit here. See if I can. Nope, I'm on the wrong thing. Okay. Just shrink me down. Okay. So if I come here and I just choose primary stats speed, the only thing that has primary stats with speed is boots. And I'm looking at, the equipped ones as well. So this is all your champions who have speed boots, So boots like this with that double crit rate and that accuracy, that should be on a damage dealer. That should be on one of your primary damage dealers. Now, Dark Athel is a damage dealer, but you probably don't have her built. You're probably not running her. This is 6-star speed boots with double crit rate, attack percentage, flat attack and accuracy. That's great. Put that on Rathalos. Or Wukong. Be great on Wukong. Even on Kale. Like, these are the champions that should be on. Every single one of your champions here that you have at 60 should probably be in speed boots. Yes, 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 yes. Yeah, everybody, every single one of them. Every single one of your 6 stars should have speed boots, and none of them do. So that would be like the number one thing you can do to start improving your performance everywhere. You need speed. Speed is the universal multiplier. I call it this all the time. Basically, think about it this way. If you're up against the clan boss, and the clan boss takes like 3 turns in a cycle, right? He goes AoE 1, AoE 2, stun, then back to AoE 1, AoE 2, AoE 3, AoE 3. AoE 1, AoE 2, stun. So you want 100% uptime on your debuffs. Right? Now, most debuffs, like if we look at, say, Stagnite again, we look at the debuffs, right? These go up for 2 turns. When you book it all the way out, you get it down to a 3-turn cooldown. So every 3 turns, he applies it, and it goes up for 2 turns. But if you're going faster than the boss, if you're taking more turns than the boss, then you'll come back around to this skill faster, which means it may not have dropped off the boss yet, or it may have just dropped off the boss, but you can reapply it before the boss goes again. So by going faster, you have more uptime on your debuffs. By going faster, you get in more attacks. By going faster, Scylla of the Drakes gets more heals. By going faster, Artak activates more HP burns and then reapplies them, right? So speed helps everybody. The only people you don't want in speed boots, there are very few exceptions to this. There are some. The most common one might be your arena nuker. If you can get your arena nuker fast enough and put them in attack percentage boots or defense percentage boots, whatever the damage stat is, so let's say Rathalos was your, arena nuker, then you would want him in attack percentage boots because he does damage based on attack. If you could do that, then that would be okay, as long as he's still fast enough, right? So you're going to need to get your speed from substats or from set bonuses or whatever. So, when I see him with flat HP boots, like, this is probably the number one thing you need to change about your account just to start seeing progress. Like defense percentage boots, I see that it has triple crit rate roll. Like I understand that there's a reasoning behind this, but speed is way, way more important. This guy's running at 129 speed. Here we're at 131 speed. This is a fast champion at 162 speed for you. So that's the only speed boots I'm seeing there. Oh, these are speed boots too, 185. So this is sort of the speed range that you want everybody to be in, is that 180 plus range. And then your fastest champions, which would either be, say, in your particular roster, it would be Haikatoon or Apothecary. These champions should be running at 250. Like based on where you are in the game in terms of daily, logins, right? You should have access to more speed boots, and you should be able to get them onto your champion. Now, a 5-star speed boot gives you 40 speed. A 6-star speed boot gives you 45 speed as the base stat. So even if you have to like break this speed set, right? This divine speed set right now is giving you basically 12 speed. Right? So even if you broke the set and got a 5-star speed boot on it, you're still picking up 28 speed. Speed substats should be prioritized. Speed glyphs should be prioritized on your gear. I would say outside of a clan boss speed tune where you might run a DPS, say somewhere between like 150 and 175, maybe, like that particular range is pretty popular in speed tunes for damage dealers. Outside of those specific damage dealers, everybody on your account should be running 180 plus at this point. Anybody that you use in any content should be running at 180 plus. So there are a couple of things that you can do. Now, one is forge, right? You want to forge perception pieces, and you want to prioritize any speed boots that you land. It doesn't matter what their substats are. If you have a speed boot, it's going to be guaranteed 5 or 6 star speed boot. Keep it. Start rolling that up. Get it onto whoever you can. Artak needs accuracy. Wukong needs accuracy. Rathalos needs accuracy. Stagnite needs accuracy. So perception gear is great for all of those champions. Also, look for any gear that has a speed substat that has a pretty good main stat. Now, for your... So there's 6 pieces here, right? Like everybody has 6 pieces. They've got the 3 top pieces and the 3 bottom pieces. So weapon, helmet, and shield. You'll notice that the main stat of these 3 pieces is always the same, right? So this is a little bit easier to find good gear for these pieces because you just need to look for the substats because the main stat's always the same. So, no speed here, but it's not rolled. Speed here, that's not rolled. So it's like you want speed substats. Now, for these 3 pieces, you typically want percentage substats. So for your gauntlets, you're typically at where you are in the game, you're probably going to want crit rate on your damage dealers. If you can find a crit damage gauntlet with crit rate substats, you want to hold on to those because you may be able to eventually get into crit damage gauntlets. That's the goal, to eventually get there. You don't have to start there. You can start with crit rate gauntlets, but you want to eventually get to crit damage gauntlets. Attack percentage is the least valuable percentage because that's really only usable for bomb champions. By the way, this is a great gauntlet for a bomb champion. So I think I saw you with a fire gun, Isabel. I think you had one somewhere along the line. But that's the only champion who this gauntlet belongs on, because flat attack percentage is pretty bad for everybody else. So here you want crit damage or crit rate if you can't get enough crit rate. For the chest piece, you want HP percentage, defense percentage, attack percentage, maybe accuracy, maybe resistance. Those are the 5. You don't want flat stats if you can help it. Now, you can hold on to a flat stat piece if its substats are really good and it kind of fills a gap in your gear. So for instance, if this divine speed piece had like a speed substat and you double rolled into it or something, then it would be worth holding on to just for the speed, even though it's an imperfect main stat. But flat stat pieces are generally bad, right? With the exception of accuracy and resistance. So no flat attack, no flat HP, no flat defense. Those should all go. For boots, 95% of your boots should be speed as the main stat. And the other 5% that you hold on to have to be HP percentage, defense percentage, or attack percentage. And they have to have crit rate in the substat. You have to have crit rate in the substat. Otherwise, there's no point in holding on to them, because the only reason you're holding on to them is for damage dealers, and you need your damage dealers to have typically 100% crit rate. So a lot of this gearing you need to focus on. You need to focus on moving forward. Again, have that goal in mind of 180 speed, 180 plus. Now, you can work your way up there, right? But generally, the more you progress in the game, the faster speed you need, because the dungeons get faster, the enemies get faster, the waves get faster, the bosses get faster, everything gets faster. And so you need to race the enemy. You always want to go first. You always want to go first, right? And right now, you're just not winning that race. And it should be your whole team. So what I would say here is probably your best bet is going to be, just based on what you have, what I've seen on your roster, is to get your High Katoon. Now, High Katoon is faster than your other champions. Not too bad. Has speed boots, right? And Righteous is fine. If you upgrade this all the way, you're going to pick up another 14 speed. And High Katoon is going to start getting into that area where you need her. If you can 6-star her and get a banner on her that has speed as a substat, like this one, right? Let's say we roll this one and we got, a couple of rolls into speed, even one roll into speed, you can glyph that. If you can get her above 200, get her to 220, 240, 270, whatever you can get, as much speed on her as you can get. You know, think about getting her into speed set. So like this immortal chess piece. Like immortal's fine, you know, but this doesn't have a speed substat. So look for, you know, a chess piece with a speed substat. The shield doesn't have a speed substat. Now I know it's giving you the set bonus, right? But if you have, let's see. If you have one with speed, so this one has speed, and this one has speed, but this one's 5 stars. So like, you know, you get this on her, right? Or you take off one of these righteous sets and get her into a speed set, or get her into a divine speed set where you have speed substats. By the way, I don't keep any divine speed set like pieces. I keep no pieces that don't have speed. I don't care what they are. Like if they don't have speed, I just trash them, because the only reason to run this is for speed. Same thing with speed set. Like this one has speed, the others don't. So 1, 2, 3, 4, those are probably all gone. This is the only one that I would hold on to. Right? The whole reason here is to get as much speed as you can. So speed. That's what I would do. I would get as much speed as possible. Now, let's go look at Clan Boss for a second. And you say, okay, like how do we get into Nightmare Clan Boss, right? Well, when you're only pulling 6 million brutal, like you're far away from Nightmare. Right? We're not close. But if we look at the team that you're running, right? We were just talking about how slow this team is. So there are several things that you can do. One is take out some of the damage dealers. You don't need all of these damage dealers, right? I would probably take out Wukong and Kale. Artak and Rathalos work pretty well together, but you don't have to go that way. You could keep Wukong and Kale and get rid of Artak and Rathalos, but you don't need 4 damage dealers. What you need is you need speed and survivability, right? So if we go here, let's say, I mean, even Scylla the Drakes is not great. I would probably say I think you want Stagnite in the team. I think you want that decreased attack and decreased defense. So focus on booking him out, get him 6-star ascended, get him, you know, fully geared up, get his masteries. You're going to want to go in the offense tree and get War Master here. So I would probably go offense tree and support. So your support tree looks good, but go offense tree down to War Master. He's going to be your decreased attack and decreased defense champion. So he's key. I would probably look to bring Geomancer in. Geomancer's almost mastered. Again, get him as War Master. And I think, you know, those are 2 key components. I would probably look to bring in either Apothecary or High Katoon. I think High Katoon is the better all-around champion. Apothecary is probably slightly better for Clan Boss, but I think High Katoon is more valuable everywhere else. So, you know, now we're looking at High Katoon, Stagnite, and Geo. And now you need to extend the life of that team. So now you're looking at maybe Jareg for your ally protector, right? Get that increased defense. After that, it gets kind of interesting. You have some options. You could still stick with Scylla the Drakes. You could bring in Melga for shields. You could go with Vogoth to give you more sustain. You could bring in Apothecary to go even faster. You could bring in Painkeeper to reduce cooldowns. You could bring in Sanguinea for block debuffs and cleanses. You know, you could bring in Venomage for more poisons and some damage mitigation with the passive, right? Enemies under heal reduction inflict 15% less damage. You got a lot of options there. But I think the thing that you need for sure is the decreased defense and decreased attack from Stagnite. And you probably need the ally protect from Jareg. Those 2, I think, are almost non-negotiable based on what you've got here. And again, speed. Minimum of 180 for everybody. The other thing is masteries. For every champion that you're running into Clan Boss, you should have either War Master or Giant Slayer. Now, Giant Slayer is when you average more than 2 hits per attack. So like Apothecary would run Giant Slayer. Whereas everybody else who does 2 hits or fewer per attack, you go with War Master. So Stag Knight would run War Master. I know he has a 2-hitter on his A1, but his A2 is a single hit, so you're going to average less than 2 hits. And you really, I forget the exact break point for this, but it's something like 2.4 or 2.5 attacks per. So it's actually, it has to be more than just 2 to get the value out of it, although there's, you can run different champions in different ways. So the reason that you need these is because they do percentage HP percent based damage. So the more HP the Clan Boss has, the more damage this mastery will do. And yeah, so that's even your supports should be running the offense tree when you're doing that. So like I'm seeing, Artak doesn't have War Master. Scylla Drakes doesn't have War Master. Wukong doesn't have War Master. Kale doesn't have War Master. And Rathalos isn't finished yet. So you have Giant Slayers or War Masters. You have none of them. And those alone will get you multiple millions more damage. So once you decide what your team is going to be, then you would say, okay, masteries, I need to get all of, I need all War Masters or Giant Slayers. Has to be on all of them. Now, every once in a while you can run a champion, let's say in the defense and support tree, like if they're just really there to provide a lot of support and they don't really do many attacks. So like if you ran Jareg in defense and support, that might be okay. But generally, I would still run them in offense until you're all the way at Ultra Nightmare and you're clearing it by, 20 or 30 million. You don't want to get away from that. So, Geo's close. You can just go and get that one when you're ready. So that'll be easier. And then, Haikatune, when you run up to 6 stars, she would be War Master. Or if you ran Apothecary up to 6 stars, you would go with Giant Slayer. So, yeah, team composition is fewer damage dealers, better synergy, more protection to extend your fight, get everybody your offensive mastery capstone, Giant Slayer or War Master, and then get more speed, so you get more turns. Those 3 things, you will jump up into Nightmare. And it almost doesn't matter which champions you use. It almost doesn't matter. Right? Like, don't go Glass Cannon. Don't go 4 damage dealers, 5 damage dealers. Don't do that. But, you have a lot of options here. I do think Stag Knight is probably key to that team. But if you don't want Stag Knight, then it has to be Artak, because I think these are your decrease attack champion debuffs. Let's see. Yeah. Jareg has a decrease attack as well, which is nice on his A1. And it's got a decent chance of landing. So he's going to be a nice backup for that decrease attack. So if you ran him and Stag Knight together, because Stag Knight has it on the A2, they're different affinities, then you're going to probably have 100% uptime on your decrease attack, which by itself will just extend the life of your team several turns if you can have that up 100% of the time. You also have Fane, who has got a decrease attack and a decreased defense and a weaken, so she's awesome. But you're kind of far away from her, whereas Stag Knight is, already 60. But you could look to get Fane into the mix. She would be a very good Clan Boss damage dealer for you. So let's say you were running Fane and Geo as your damage dealers. Then you're running Jareg maybe with like Vogoth as your sustain, and then you run Haikatune as your engine. Like that might be viable. That should get you through Brutal at the very least and into Nightmare. Yeah. So that's what I would recommend. I mean, unfortunately, there's no rebuild I can do right here. You've got 340,000 silver, right? So this is just a coaching session. I can't rebuild your team. But what I would say is, those things. Speed, more well-balanced team, cap masteries, And look to survive longer. All right, let's take a look at your arena team. You are in gold 1. Okay. All right. This is okay. Not awesome, but it's okay. I mean, Wukong is great. Wukong is your team actually here, right? Like the whole team here is just get tanky, be survivable, let Wukong eventually like revive and come back and kill everybody. Mountain King can obviously hit pretty hard. You have a decreased attack, but you don't have decreased defense. Again, speed is going to help you here. So what I would suggest for a team setup for this might be something like, again, this is going to help because these are your same clan boss champions, right? I mean, for your 4th spot here, you have several options. I don't know that there's one champion who's the clear champ here. I would probably bring in like Mount King or Kale or Scylla Drakes or Drexthar. Like any of these champions would be good. Maybe Drex would be really good. It's got an AoE provoke, but you need to get accuracy on them. But if you're just going for damage, maybe just this. Right, and so the goal here is you have the speed aura from Wukong. You want that High Katoon running as fast as possible. She's going to be the fastest champion on your whole account. Let's say you're running her at 230, 240. Right, so you're going to win the speed race every time. That's going to allow Stagnite to get out his AoE decreased attack and decreased defense, right? The decreased defense is really important. You want to lower the defenses of the enemy. Wukong should be your 3rd fastest champion. He's going to buff strip, so you need him with accuracy. You also want him hitting decently hard. So when we rebuild Wukong, we want 100% crit rate, as much crit damage as we can, plus the speed, plus the accuracy. So he's a bit stat hungry. Perception gear is great for him because it's going to give you that natural, push to both speed and accuracy, which is going to allow you to focus on damage stats on the actual pieces. And then Kale is going to be your end of the line nuker, right? So you kind of have like 1.5 nukers. Wukong is sort of a half nuker, half buff strip. So speed boost gets everybody going. That's going to allow you to be speed tuned, hopefully a little bit better. Decreased defense, decreased attack. Kale is the nuke. Yeah, this would be a really nice team. Not like your end game team, but this should help you get up to like maybe gold. I mean, with the right gear, this could get you to gold 5. I wouldn't expect it to be easy, but you could definitely get to gold 5 with this team. Now, some of the other options that I was talking about was like Drexthar here has an AoE provoke. So you can use him as a control champion, and now you're using Wukong as your nuker, right? So Drexthar is extending the life of your team. Now, if you're not fast, if you can't get fast, you could even go, tankier. You could do something like this or something like this, where you bring in that reviver, that tankiness. Now you've got Drexthar with the provokes. You've got AoE stuns from Scylla the Drakes. Again, she needs to be fast, tanky, and accurate. Stagnite's giving you a decreased attack in addition to the decreased defense, so that extends your survivability. You've got the revive. You've got Wukong's passive revive. This is also a really nice team. It's not a go first team, right? It's more of a go second team, or like whether we go first or go second doesn't matter team, right? Like the idea is just to survive your enemy and control the fight this way. So this would be another great option, and you could probably switch in between the two. You have a third option, which might be something like, actually probably something like this, right? Where you got HP burns from Drexthar, or you could have HP burns from Artak, depending on which affinity you wanted or how you wanted to apply them. Artak still has the decreased attack, so you have that option. And, you know, if you go this route, you still have the AoE provoke, which is a nice control option. But now those HP burns are going to empower Rathalos. That's sort of a long-term thing. Rathalos would be good for your account, but you don't really have the... I mean, he's not there yet, you know, and you don't really have the gear to empower him enough because you need the accuracy to land all of those HP burns. And really, the best champions to pair him with, I mean, you have some decent champions to pair him with. Artak, Geo, and Drexler are all good pairings for Rathalos for that HP burn. So, you know, in the long run, Rathalos could be your primary damage dealer in a lot of places, including Arena. But I think for right now, your best setup is going to be what we just did. Right? Because you're going to be building High Katoon for Clan Boss. You're going to get her to 60. You know, you're going to have your Stag Knight fast and accurate. You've got your Wukong already, and then you can like just mess around with that fourth spot. You know, you want to go more control. You want to go more, you know, tankiness. You want to go more survivability. You want to go more damage. So I think that would be the way to go. Let's take a look at your Wukong. All right, so this is okay. This is not awful, right? Like the sets that you've chosen are okay. Okay, so this is what I would change here. We want speed boots on him, right? He's running at 163 right now. If you get speed boots on him, you can get him to 200 speed, over 200 speed. With no other changes, you can get him to 200 speed. That's a beautiful place for him to be. You want your buff stripper to be relatively high in the turn order, preferably after Stag Knight, right? You want Stag Knight to go first to land that drop defense so that when Wukong nukes, which is his buff strip, his AoE nuke, he does more damage. But it's not critical because he's still not your primary nuker. But you could get him to 200 speed just fine. You want to get him out of attack percentage gauntlets and into crit rate gauntlets. So let's just do this. And let's see. Let's see if we have one with a speed substat. All right, so both of these are great. These two are great. This perception one's pretty good too, but it's a 4-star. So what I would say is probably based on where you are in terms of speed, I would go with the crit damage gauntlets. And look, you've got speed boots in the crit damage set. These are really nice too. Savage boots. You're going to need to get those on a damage dealer. These are nice too. These could work really well on him. It's only a 4-star piece, but I'd probably take these for now. Right? Now this, when you upgrade it, is going to get you to 50% crit rate. Right? So you're currently at 8. So it's going to add 42% crit rate. That'll get you to 92%. So now we have to look at the other pieces, right? Unfortunately, the boots don't have crit rate as a substat, you know, which is one of the reasons why I was looking at these. These do have crit rate as a substat. So if you got, you know, 10% crit rate there, that would help. But you do this. Now let's look at the perception pieces. So let's look at these 4 pieces that he's got on. It says double crit rate, no speed, but that's okay. That's not too bad. Got Toro too. I didn't even see that. Okay, let's look at the helmet. Speed, but no crit rate. Still, that's not too bad either. All right, let's look at the shield. No speed and no crit rate. So the shield is probably the piece that we would look to swap. So we would look for speed and crit rate in a shield. And here, this is a 4-star piece with accuracy. So even though, hang on a sec. I'll be right back.
He snuck away. Don't tell him we're here. Plotting the coup. Duty calls, indeed. Baby takes all precedence. Oh God, John. No, John. Oh God, it's everywhere. I can continue the takeover, right? It's a mic stream now. Yeah, Nick, we are still in the first takeover. So it's a good one. It's an informative one. Hopefully you've been enjoying it, UDK. Where did he go? He was called. Oh dear God.
Okay.
Okay. Nobody talk about the coup plans. It's fine. What?
Hey, Nick.
Welcome back.
Baby blowout up the back. Close. Yeah. Baby business. But okay, so see, I'm looking at this piece and you're like, okay, we have a 6-star shield on right now, but it has none of the stats we need. What do we need? We need speed, crit rate, and accuracy. That's what we need for Wukong, right? Accuracy to strip the buffs, crit rate to do the damage, and speed just because he needs to be early in the turn order. So this is a better piece, right? It's a better piece. Now, we need it to roll into crit rate because we need 10% crit rate. We actually need 8% crit rate, I think. So we just need one roll of 4%. So this would be like worth rolling up, even with the 342,000 that you have. Like if we roll in a crit rate right away, speed is good. If we miss crit rate entirely, no, there it is. Right. So, okay. So now you're going to get 42% additional crit rate here. That'll land you at exactly 100%. Right. This is going to give you an additional 40 speed. That'll land you at 202. Right? Again, we could also roll into the speed substat here, so you might exceed 202. Right? Now, the other thing is you've got a chess piece that's got HP percentage on it. Pretty sure. Right? It does have the crit rate. It has some attack. We want attack percentage for him. He can be super fragile. He's got a passive that brings him back to life. We don't care if he dies, right? He should die easily. So what we're hoping to do is actually get attack percentage as a primary stat. Here's one. We want speed and crit rate if we can get it. Accuracy could be okay too. Now we have 8% crit rate on the old chess piece. So we need 8% crit rate at least on the new one. And here's one. And this has speed. So this would be a better piece, right? This is going to still maintain your 100% crit damage. It's going to give you more speed even than you had before because you didn't have speed on the old chess piece. It'll give you more attack, right? So you'll end up with more attack. So here, all of a sudden, you have a build that makes sense for Wukong, right? this is going to end up, even if you miss the speed here, right? This is going to end up with more attack, more speed, more accuracy. You're going to want to glyph in your accuracy, right? So you got two glyphs here you could do. So it might actually end up with around the same accuracy. Again, this could roll into accuracy. We don't know. This is not going to roll into accuracy. This could roll accuracy as a substat as well. No, Brad, I did not. They have not contacted me. No content creator program for me. So, and then I would probably look at this as well. I would say, okay, what do we have here? Attack is good, but you could also think about an accuracy banner if it has speed. So this piece would lose you a little bit of speed, but gain you a ton of accuracy. Now, for him, you're going to want accuracy pretty high. 300 if you can get it. But a good place would be anything over about 220, 225, like as a minimum to start there. But so like this piece, even though you're giving away 5 speed, right? It's like you're getting all that speed from all those other places. You're still going to be over 200 speed, right? Again, you're picking up another 35 speed here. So that's 196 plus the glyphs. You're going to be at 205, something like that. Now you have 252 accuracy. Now you can actually strip those buffs. Now you're going to have 100% crit rate. Now you're actually going to be doing damage. Now, the downside here is you don't have a lot of crit damage. So let's go ahead and look at your amulet. What's your amulet doing? This is a flat attack. Flat attack is the worst kind of amulet for a damage dealer, like for anybody, really. The flat attack, again, only goes on bomb champions. So you want a crit damage amulet. Now, if you don't have a crit damage, here you do. You have a crit damage amulet. This would be better. Now, you're going to be giving away 20 accuracy, which is a little bit unfortunate. So, but that's, you've made the switch with the accuracy banner. You make the switch with the amulet. Once you get this maxed out, this is going to give you, I believe, 33% additional crit damage. So now your crit damage is going to be around 140%. What you would like as a finished build for Wukong here, as a finished build, basically you don't upgrade till you get God tier gear, is about 200 speed, about 160, 180% crit damage. If you could get to 200, that's a really nice number. 200% crit damage would be great. You want that accuracy around 300. If you can get those 3 stats with 100% crit rate, you're golden. The least important number there is probably crit damage. The accuracy and speed are more important than the crit damage. But that would be a great place to park him for the next 6 months, right? And then once you start getting really good end game gear, you want to push that even more. Now you're looking for like 240 speed, 260, 280% crit damage, with maybe 350 accuracy or 400 accuracy. But again, you're going to need all 6-star gear for that. You're going to need the right substat rolls. You're going to need, 5-star, 6-star glyphs. You're going to need your Great Hall developed, stuff like that. So for right now, this is what you're looking to do. Now, I know you're losing a lot of attack here because we're getting out of attack percentage gloves. Don't worry about that. We make up for that with the crit rate and the crit damage, right? If every hit is a crit, then you're going to do more damage because this crit damage is a bonus over what you were getting. So basically, imagine this. We've lost, let's say, 1/3 of our attack percentage. So let's say we've lost 1/3 of our damage. But now we get 100% in crit, which means we get 100%, 104% added to every hit. So we've doubled our damage. So even though we've gone down 1/3, we've now doubled that. So we have 2/3 of our damage. So we now have 4/3 of our damage. We're doing 1/3 more damage than we were doing before, even though we've lost all of that attack, right? Does that make sense? We lost 1/3 of our attack, so we should be doing 1/3 less damage. So we're doing 2/3 of our previous damage. But now we're doubling it every time because we're critting every time. So we're doing 200% of 2/3, which is 4/3, which is a 1 and 1/3. So you're doing 1/3 more damage than before. Yeah, I came to the dark side with J Gigs. It's the light side. We're on the light side. Anybody else who's cool with the monetization of these games is on the dark side. But so this is where you want to go. Now you don't have the silver right now to make this rebuild. realistically, there's some work to be done here in terms of regearing. It's going to take a little bit of time. It's going to take a little bit of silver. It's totally doable. I know it may feel daunting, but it is totally doable, right? Because primarily you're looking at speed boots. Like that's basically the one change you really, really need to make, and every speed boot that you add is going to give you 40 to 45 speed on that champion, right? Even a 4-star boot will give you 35 speed. Start concentrating on, the right substats in the right sets. And you've got several places where you can go right now today to get the gear. The first one is the Forge, come in here. Even Forge Resilience. Resilience was really good on like Seal of the Drakes, right? Or Geomancer. Or, like anybody who needs to be a little bit tanky or stagnate. Like you can put them in Resilience. Now, you still need the accuracy for those champions. Make sure you get the minimum accuracy, but the Resilience is going to add that tankiness. So you're looking for accuracy substats, maybe even an accuracy chest plate in Resilience that can help. And perception. Perception is going to be absolutely key. Make sure you're doing all your faction crypts. Another place you can come to get the gear is come to campaign. And in brutal campaign, come to Palace of Arabia and farm stage 6. Now you can get 5-star boots from stage 6. They'll either be grays, they'll just be commons, or they'll be greens, uncommons, right? The uncommons will have one substat, the commons will have no substat. But you really just care about the main stat. Every 5-star boot that has a main speed stat you want to hold on to, even the 4-star boots, problem, right? If it has a substat, if it's an uncommon with one substat and it has accuracy or crit rate, those are literally perfect. Those are the perfect boots, right? So you can come here and do this. I would spend a lot of time here until I had probably like 8 to 10 pairs of boots. Something like that, with the majority of them being 5 stars, right? Like you're going to have some 4-star boots. That's okay. That's fine. I would probably throw away the 3-star boots if they drop 3-star boots, but you could even hold on to 3-star boots for faction crypt champions and stuff like that if you wanted. When you have to do bosses, when you have to do the quest that requires you to kill 3 campaign bosses per day, do it here at stage 7, because then you can get rare pieces. So you could get a rare 5-star speed boot with accuracy and crit rate as a substat. It's a very small chance. Of course it is. It's a tiny chance. But you also have a chance of getting like a chest plate that has a speed substat, or a crit rate gauntlet that has a speed substat. So spend time here until you start to solve your speed issue. And then make sure you're getting into faction crypts, right? And farming these as high as you can. Try to get, legendary materials anywhere you can. The epic materials anywhere you can. Because even 4-star and 5-star pieces, like even 4-star pieces, if you come in here to perception, all of these pieces could be rolled up. 4-star speed boots are going to help. 4-star pieces that have the right substats are going to help. Not really crit rate gloves in 4-star because you don't get enough crit rate. I think you only get you might get 40% crit rate, I think, for 4 stars. So it's not enough. Maybe it's enough in 1 or 2 cases, but you don't want to overinvest into crit rate gloves at 4 stars. You really want 5 stars or 6 stars. But the other pieces can be good. If you get a weapon that has speed and accuracy, awesome. Or speed and crit rate, awesome. So really focus here. Also in Doom Tower. This Doom Tower, I don't know where you are in Doom Tower right now. Let's take a look. Okay, you're doing pretty well in Doom Tower. That's awesome. So there are a couple of bosses to think about here. The boss I really like for you is Eternal Dragon. Eternal Dragon drops the forged materials, the bones or whatever it is, for Bloodthirst. The other one you can think about is Magma Dragon, who drops whatever they are, magma cores or whatever, for the Fatal set. So again, if we come here, these are the 2 pieces. So you get Fatal, which is attack percentage, and crit rate, 5% crit rate. So this is better than an offense set. It's a little bit worse than like a Cruel set, but it has the crit rate. So if you're struggling to get crit rate on your damage dealers, this might help. This could help for Kale or Wukong or Rathalos, somebody like that. The other one we were talking about was the Bloodthirst set. Bloodthirst set, again, helps with crit rate. So again, same damage dealers, Kale, Rathalos, Wukong. Not Wukong. Sorry, not Wukong. I wouldn't put Wukong in Bloodthirst. But Rathalos and Kale, you could certainly put in Bloodthirst. Any damage dealer who's a direct damage dealer, and you need a little bit of survivability from, Kale is actually a perfect opportunity to get, this guy into Bloodthirst. It's going to extend his survivability in dungeons. So that could be a really good option there. I would say don't put it on Geomancer. Probably don't put it on Chronum. I wouldn't put it on any of these damage dealers. I would put it on Rathalos and Kale. I would put it on Yannicka. You could put it on Coldheart, although I probably wouldn't. And it looks like you have better gear on Coldheart anyway. Athel could certainly go in Bloodthirst. Xena could, I guess. Neldor could. So somebody who hits really hard and gets value out of that survivability. So I would definitely farm that. In addition, if you can farm any bosses here and get Merciless gear or Supersonic gear, that would be great too. So you can look for pieces there. The Slayer set from the Forge Pass. From the Forge Pass is going to be great. We've also got the Adventure Deck of Fate going on right now, and this is dropping Slayer pieces. So hopefully you can get, a couple of Slayer pieces. The nice thing about Slayer for really any champion, but maybe even somebody like Wukong, although we've already got a build there. So we'll talk about Rathalos because this is just a great set for him. You get crit rate and crit damage right away. You also get speed, and then this fills this champion's turn meter by 5% per each enemy hit by AoE attacks. It's perfect for places like Spider. It's perfect for places like Arena, right? So the more enemies you have, it's perfect for Hydra. The more enemies you have alive, the more turn meter fill you're getting on your AoE. Rathalos has like 1.5 AoEs, right? Because his A2 is sometimes a single target, sometimes an AoE. But anybody who has multiple AoEs, this could be really valuable for. I wouldn't put this on Artak. I know he has multiple AoEs. I would not put this on Artak because he does his damage through HP burns. So you want him tanky, fast, and accurate. You don't care about his direct damage. So the most likely target for your Slayer skills are going to be these two guys, Kale and Rathalos. I don't know about Chronum. I feel like Chronum is more of he's like a ninja, right? Like he activates HP burns and stuff like that. So I think I would also build him a little bit more like Artak, but with probably 100% crit rate, because he does more direct damage as well. Royal Huntsman's kind of interesting. I'm not really talking about your legendaries because I don't think you have the books, right? You don't have legendary tomes, and you need your champion's book. So I mean, I would focus on Artak. You're going to want this book. You're going to want this book. If you get this book, great. If not, whatever. Like, if that's the last book, you could leave that off for a little while. Wukong, you definitely want books. You want this book. You want these books. Again, if you miss the A1, it's okay. I still think I think you want all of Wukong's books because that 15% stun chance is big. So I would probably book these two first before you booked any other legendaries. Scylla the Drakes is pretty strong even without her books, so I wouldn't book her yet. And I would not book Rathalos. I know you've got some books going into him. I would avoid Rathalos for the time being until Wukong and Artak are done. You've got a really nice roster here. You're missing a couple of little things, but you have some things that a lot of players won't get, this quickly or this early in an account where, level 66 or whatever you're at. Like, you have a Geo, you have a Venom Mage, you have a Cold Heart, you have your Allure, you have your Apothecary, your Painkeeper, you've got a Vogoth, you've got a Stag Knight. Like, I'm just talking about epics right now, right? Don't even worry about like the legendaries. Like, your epic roster, you've got Jareg. Your epic roster is fantastic. You've got Mordecai for AoE HP burns. You've got Fane, who's an absolute, and Annex, both absolute god tier epics for clan boss damage dealing. You're in really, really good shape with this roster. You've even got a second Cold Heart. You've got Neldor. You've got Sanguinia for cleanses and block debuffs if you need her. You've got, Melga if you need revivers. I don't think you do because you also have, where is she? You got Jamarsa, and Syl of the Drake. So I don't think you need Melga. But you could use her for the Dwarven faction crypts, right? So you've really got most of everything that you need. I think the one thing you're kind of lacking here, is the cleanse and block debuffs, and Sanguinia is probably your best option for that. I just ran her in the HH free-to-play challenge, and I got to tell you, she's fantastic. She's really strong. I didn't realize how good she was. So if you need a cleanser and a block debuffer, that's your champion. And then you just need that engine. You need the high Katoon. If you had Deacon Armstrong, I would be like, well, you'd be fine. You'd be set there. And that would probably save you, from building Stagnite. But you have Stagnite and high Katoon. That's probably good. You could choose Apothecary, but this is the speed lead, right? This is the speed aura. You don't have a speed aura in all battles other than her. I don't think. Let's do this. So this is arena. This is all battles, but it's 10%. These are special. Yeah. So this is your speed aura. This is your 19% speed aura. So don't sleep on High Katoon. She's going to add crazy good value to your team. She'll be your speed lead in every dungeon. She'll be your speed lead in Doom Tower. You pair her with Allure, you've got serious crowd control going. You've also just recently pulled your Vizix. You put these three champions on a team, and the enemy isn't really getting a turn. You layer that in with Syl of the Drakes, who has that AoE stun. Now they're really not getting a turn, right? And if you're worried about more control, you put Drexler out there with the AoE provoke. Now they're really not getting a turn, right? Or Vogoth, who's got an AoE provoke as well. It's so your turn meter control, your wave control is significant. You've got crazy good wave control. So I think, High Katoon, Allure, and Vizix, that just provides such a nice core for so many places. And then, you've got Artak for chewing through waves with the HP burns. You've got Stagnite, who gives you that slow on the A1. This is actually a really valuable skill, this decreased speed. You got Geo for the places where you need Geo. It's a great roster. So, when we talk about we're rebuilding a lot of champions. But the good news is you're rebuilding one piece at a time, right? Speed boots. And then you have all the pieces. So it's going to be some silver. It's going to be grinding some silver and grinding some gear. But I would say inside a month, you could have this account just rocking and rolling and crushing all sorts of content, including Nightmare Clan Boss. There's no reason why you couldn't get to a pretty good 2-key Nightmare within, say, 5 or 6 weeks. I could see that happening. You also have a decent team for pretty much all the dungeons. You could get into some hard mode dungeons. You have pretty good teams for Doom Tower. You should definitely be knocking out normal Doom Tower every rotation, because you have everything you need for that. You have Burn Geary and Vogoth for Bommel. Dark Face should not be a problem for the roster that you have. I don't think Eternal Dragon's going to be a problem. I don't think the Frost Spider's going to be a problem since you've got Artak and Wukong. Scare Boss might be a little bit of an issue unless you've got some Blood Shield rings. But you got a Blood Shield ring on Artak, and Syl of the Drakes. That's enough. Those two can duo all the way up. You're in great shape. You are in absolute great shape in terms of roster. So do you have any questions? Did things make sense? The suggestions make sense? Getting rid of red dots everywhere I can. I like your clan insignia, by the way. That's cool. Dungeons and Doom Tower. All right, well, let's look at Spider. 18, okay. Yeah, so this is a good team. What I would probably do is I would probably swap out Jamarsa for Stagnite. The important thing here, there are two things, speed and accuracy. You need the speed to go faster than the boss, and you need the accuracy to make sure you land all of your debuffs. Chronom might not be necessary. Like Artak might be enough. So you could potentially, bring Jamarsa back in and pull out Chronom. You also might be at a point right now, let's say, where like direct damage is still pretty valuable. So you could potentially like do this, Now, the one issue here is obviously this is magic affinity. And you're pretty heavy into, this is force affinity, and you're pretty heavy into magic affinity. So you've got weak affinities going. So you could definitely bring in, like more affinity friendly champions. And direct your spider, like choose your spiderling target. So maybe we want Artak to be the spiderling target, right? So, Geo's going to do a lot of the damage and turn meter control. We've got a slow from Stagnite. The slow from Stagnite is so critical to get that slow on the boss, right? It's just going to mean fewer turns that the boss takes. And that's important because remember, every time the boss goes, like every other time the boss goes, they consume the spiderlings, spit them at you, and then the attack ramps up. So the fewer turns that the boss gets, the better off you are. You could also very easily, do something like bring that high Katoon in, increase that speed even more to even emphasize that, right? You don't always need a healer. One of the things that you can do when you get to magic affinity is you're going to have Wukong as your spiderling target. So he's just going to get hit a bunch and die and then come back to life and then get hit a bunch and die. So depending on your speeds, that should be enough. But, so you have lots of options to play with. I don't know how much sustain you need. I do know you don't have enough speed or accuracy. So the same exact thing that we were talking about with Clan Boss is true here. Right? The speeds and the accuracy are just ramping up. So if we go and take a look at let's see. All right, so we come here to Raid Stages tool. Let's go to Dungeon. We'll go to the Spider's Den stage 20. Because this is really where you need to get, right? All right, so you can see what it says right here is that the resistance is 200 for the boss. This orange number is the accuracy you need to overcome that resistance. So for Scavig, you need 225 accuracy. Now, the Spiderlings are going at 150 speed. What you really want to be here is you want to be double Scavig speed, which would be 190, right? But remember, if you have high Katoon, you get that turn meter fill and you get that increased speed buff. So you could probably get away with like 180 speed, maybe 175 speed on your other champions. But that's where you need to be. You can't be running at the 130s and 140s that you're at, right? You really want to be going twice Scavig's speed. And then you need this 225 accuracy. So that's what's holding you back right now. Because if we look at these champions, let's look at Artak. Artak's 128 accuracy. So he doesn't have enough accuracy to land his HP burns. So your primary source of damage isn't even landing, right? Look at Chronom, 153. So again, it's not high enough accuracy. Now his speed is okay at 185, right? With Relentless and with, you can even get more speed out of him. So Chronom's actually built okay, right, in terms of speed, but he's not accurate enough. Now, one of the things you're like, well, how do I get accuracy? You need accuracy in your substats. You need to get out of these attack percentage gloves. Probably, let's see if we can find a relentless piece. The crit rate would do nicely. That would be okay. That'd be additional speed. That's probably your best bet there. Right? That's going to get you a lot more crit rate. It's going to get you close to 100%. Accuracy banner? Probably accuracy banner. That would be the other thing that you want. Yeah, so I think we talked about putting this on somebody. I don't know if it was who it was. Might have been Cronum. Might have been Scylla the Drakes. But, an accuracy banner, a 5-star accuracy banner gives you 78 accuracy. You can see right here, max 78. So if you throw that on top of what you got, you're over your 225. You're over your 225. Because right now you've got 150, so 78 is going to get you to 228, right? And you're actually over that. So you're going to get about 230, 231. So an accuracy banner fully ranked up to level 16, that's enough accuracy. You can also get accuracy out of, your amulet. Again, here, you're probably looking for crit damage with substat of accuracy, if you can find it. If you can't, stick with, what you've got until you find a good amulet. That's going to get you the accuracy you need. 225 accuracy. Everybody needs 225 accuracy for all the dungeons. Now, that stays true all the way up through stage 25, by the way. The accuracy requirement doesn't increase past stage 20. So stage 20 through 25 all have the same speeds, the same resistances, and the same accuracies. They don't actually go up in those things. They just go up in HP and attack, defense, and stuff. So once you get to stage 20, if you can conquer stage 20, it's no longer a stat race, right? You don't have to increase your stats past that point. It's just about making sure that your team composition is doing the right thing. You have to worry about affinity. There's all that, and you have to overcome the HP of the boss. But all you really need here is an accuracy banner, and you've got the accuracy on Chrono. But he's the closest, right? He's got the speed and the accuracy. If we look at Artak, he doesn't have the speed or the accuracy. Right? He's at 148, so we're talking about needing at least another 30 speed here. But again, he's not in speed boots. Artak should be in perception gear. He should have 6 pieces of perception, maybe 4 pieces of perception and 2 of speed. At least for now. You could put him in relentless. That's another option. You could get him into regen. Like you can do a solo build where he's in regen and immortal if you can get the accuracy that you need there. If you can get 225 accuracy and say, like 220, 230 speed out of regen and immortal, which is hard to do, but if you could do it, that would be fine. But for right now, where you are in the game, I would highly recommend getting him into 6 pieces of perception gear. Do not worry about crit rate at all. He can have 0% crit rate. Do not worry about crit damage at all. He can have 0% crit damage. You don't need either one of those stats. You also don't need resistance, right? All you need is speed and accuracy, and then everything else should be survivability. HP percentage chest plate, HP percentage gauntlets, defense percentage, if you can't find HP percentage, is fine. HP percentage generally is better than defense percentage in terms of survivability. It's especially good for him because of his passive and the fact that he does damage based on HP. So HP is really good for him. You could use, in the time that it takes to put together the gear, you're going to have several builds. You're not going to be perfect every time. So resilience gear could hold a spot, for a little while. But yeah, basically three sets of perception for him, and then an accuracy banner, and then you're fine, right? Because 3 sets of perception gives you 120 accuracy. He's got 10% accuracy. That gets you to 130. A 5-star banner is going to get you 78. So now you're up to 208, right? And with masteries, like if you go into if you want to leave those masteries, then all you need is like 2 substats of accuracy, maybe 1 on your amulet. You glyph it out, you're going to get another 40 accuracy, 50 accuracy, and now you're well clear of the 225 accuracy. So you can really still build him fast and tanky and get your accuracy in just a few spots. This is probably the best champion on your roster at the moment for all-around content. Artak takes on everything. He's not perfect everywhere, but he's really good everywhere, right? He's not perfect everywhere, but he's really good everywhere. And some places there aren't better champions. He's probably the best spider champion in the game. He can also be great for Ice Golem. He can be great for Doom Tower waves. He can be great for Hydra. So this is a guy you want to use really everywhere. Stagnite is probably the best epic you have right now in terms of all-around utility. Geo is eventually going to be your best all-around epic, right? But for where you are right now, Stagnite's actually more valuable for you in terms of progress. That A1 slow, incredibly valuable. The AoE decreased attack and decreased defense, incredibly valuable. Going to be much more valuable than Geo, say, in Arena, right? Going to be much more valuable than Geo in certain Doom Tower fights. But Geo is going to be your long-term solution for a lot of content. So the fact that you already have him, great. So these are, Haikatoon, probably Jareg, Stagnite, and Geo. Those are the ones that you want to concentrate on in terms of epics. And then in terms of legendaries, it's just rebuilds. I wouldn't build another legendary at the moment. I wouldn't build anybody else. I like the idea of building Vizix, but I don't even think that's necessary right now. All right, so let's look at Dragon. Stage 18. Yeah. Okay, so same thing here, right? You've got a little bit of an affinity issue, right? You're running 3 magic affinities into force affinity, but you're past that stage. So this should actually be better. At this stage, you should be better. Geo might be a swap here, right? Because he's weak affinity. He also doesn't work beautifully with Artak because it depends on who places the HP burn. So I might pull him and again, maybe get another decrease attack out there. The slow doesn't play against dragons. Dragons can't be slowed. None of the dragons in the game can be slowed. Chronum. Chronum's great. This is a good idea. I do like Wukong here. Wukong shouldn't be the lead though. Remember that his speed aura doesn't help here. So if you're going to run some, you could run this for extra accuracy. That's going to allow you to land all your debuffs. That makes it a little bit easier. Or you could land this for extra run this for extra survivability, HP for everybody. Scylla Drake's is going to keep your team cruising and alive. Again, speed matters. Get her up to 180 plus. And that means more heals. You have the decreased attack from Artak. You have the HP burns. You got more than enough damage here. If you need to swap out somebody, bring in another support. Bring in somebody who's going to be tanky, add survivability. Even if they're weak affinity. If they're tanky, it almost doesn't matter. Like if you have Jamarsa, actually, you know what? Since you have Chronum, I would probably bring in Jamarsa. I would probably do something like this. Because Chronum and Jamarsa together have a really nice synergy. This adds survivability to everybody, right? And even though she's weak affinity, she's probably built pretty tanky, and she might have like a shield set or something, or but if she's tanky and she's fast enough, yeah, get those speed boots up to 35 speed. That's another 11 speed. Now you're looking at over 173 speed, something like that. That's pretty close, right? That's pretty close to where she needs to be. 173 is not bad for her. And then this is going to help you out. And then as you go up in affinity, when you go to magic affinity, again, think about, okay, I need to pull out my spirit affinity champions maybe, right? So maybe Wukong isn't good there. Maybe Stagnite isn't good there. But now Geo is good again, right? Maybe we do something like, when we go into magic affinity, something like this. You get that accuracy, or you could go defense, or you could go HP, depending on, what works best. But if you need the accuracy, you've got this. Drex is going to help you control the waves, give you some tankiness, and you've got the 2 revivers, and you got the HP burns, all the HP burns. This is going to be slow and steady. It's probably going to do just fine. This will probably get you stage 20 without too much difficulty. Again, Chronum's fast enough. The one thing is the accuracy. Make sure you have the accuracy to land your debuffs. If you're not landing your debuffs, there's no point, right? And again, speed. So again, you have the roster. I could find you 10 solutions. Honestly, I could find you 10 different teams that would work here for Dragon 20. Not a problem. You have the roster. You have a great roster, right? Like we could go and start thinking, we could project forward, be like, hey, Venom Mage. You know how beautiful Venom Mage is as a champion? This is a champion that can do Clan Boss, can solo Dragon, can solo Ice Golem, can do Amius in Centranos. It's great in Doom Tower. This is an awesome champion. You have the roster. The problem isn't the roster, right? The difficulty isn't the roster. It's the speed and the accuracy. The other thing I would say is, if you're doing your arena battles, focus, don't spread out this stuff anymore. Focus on getting your accuracy higher. Artak and Chronum and Kale and Syl of the Drakes are all magic affinity. Push this to 10, if you can. Or if you want to push these two, you could push these two, because you're going to have Stagnite, who's Spirit Affinity. Even this, you'd have Geomancer here is Force Affinity. So push these. Don't worry about resistance at all. Don't put any points into resistance from here on out until you get to the very end. You don't need those resistances. So I wouldn't focus on attack either. I would focus. I mean, I know there's missions and stuff. If you have to complete those, I get it. But focus on accuracy first, and then probably HP, defense, and crit damage, depending on the order. Like you might jump around a little bit. Crit damage for your arena nuker. HP for everybody. Defense for your tanks. If you have area bonuses, if you're doing any of this, again, you can focus on the places where you need it. Faction Wars is good. Here you can spread out because it's cheaper to spread out. Again, I probably wouldn't worry about resistance, but accuracy can help here too, right? So get those accuracy for all of the dungeons. Ice Golem's Peak, everywhere. Doom Tower, whatever. Get that accuracy going. You can get accuracy here and you can get accuracy here, right? And so you can get a lot of accuracy for your champions without changing their gear. So just be aware of that. Fire Knight. Stag Knight's going to be a huge help here. Artak needs to come out probably. Stag Knight's going to be a huge help here because he's got a double hitter on his A1, but he's got a slow on his A1. You need a slow. I know Syl of the Drakes has a slow, but Stag Knight's is much more reliable than Syl of the Drakes. Syl of the Drakes is like 40%, Stag Knight's 75%. Right? If we look at his A1, it's a double hitter. Each hit has 50% chance. So that means it's going to land 75% of the time. Whereas Syl of the Drakes, I believe it's just one chance. And I think it's 40%. 20% books up to 40% chance. So she's okay, but he's better and as a slow champion. Also different affinities, right? So it's good to have them both. So I would definitely run those two. She's also got turn meter decrease on her A1. Cold Heart's an absolute must here. Really good champion would be Apothecary. You got a triple hitter on the A1 and the speed boost. But this is actually still okay. Speed boost, turn meter fill. She's also got a slow on her A1. She's got turn meter decrease on her A3. Now you need to kill the waves. Geo is great for reflect, right? If the boss is going, then Geo gets you the reflect, and that will help break the shield. But the goal would actually be to not let the boss go. So you want to break the shield and get the turn meter decrease. Let's see. Do you have any? Vizix. No, Allure. Allure would be the one. Allure's got a triple hit on her A1. Triple hit on her A1. And if she crits, it's 25% turn meter decrease. So this is probably your team. You know, getting through the waves is a little bit tricky. Not a great wave team. You have control. You have your reviver if you need it. You need Cold Heart at 6 stars. I'm trying to think, you know, I mean, this is more, it's not better in the waves. Who would be better in the waves? I actually don't think Artak's great for the waves here because he's too slow. I mean, Rathalos would be the one. I guess this would probably be. This would be pretty good. Because he's got the AoE provoke. So you have the AoE provoke from Drexthar and the AoE stun from Scylla the Drakes. And then you have the AoE sleep from Allure. Unfortunately, Cold Heart's going to kind of break those AoE sleeps. But this team might do really well. This team might do really well. And then you should have enough hits to break the shield up to stage 25. And have full turn meter control. Because you'll have a slow, you'll have the 100% turn meter reduction from Cold Heart, and then the 75% turn meter reduction from Allura on her A1. Make sure that she only uses her A1 on the boss. She shouldn't use any other skills. You don't need her A2, you don't need her A3, so put it in the AI. But again, I do think speed is the issue right now, so this would probably be better. How much will I charge for takeovers? It's a good question. I don't know. I honestly don't know. I got to do a little research. I don't know what the market value is. Definitely not going to overcharge. But I also want to make sure that, you know, I'm not undercharging too much. I don't want to undercut the other content creators. And I also want to get value for my time. So I don't know. But here's the thing. Your account is not ripe for a takeover. Right? What you need is coaching. Right? I would have to play your account for a month to get it to the point where I could do all of the things I'm talking about. I mean, it's incremental. Like, you know, it'll be a day or two, and then you rebuild a champion, then a day or two, and then you rebuild a champion, and then you know, move around pieces. You got to farm up the gear. You got to do all those things. It just requires time. This does not require a massive amount of like brain work, right? Like, I don't need to like figure out the solution. You have the roster. You just don't have the gear. And gear doesn't come from a takeover, right? Gear just comes from time playing the game and a focus on what kind of gear that you're collecting. So what I would do is I would just bookmark this, you know, live stream, come back here, rewatch it, you know, once a week for the next month. Just make sure you're on target with these champions. And then if you have questions, come to our Discord community and ask the questions. If you want a takeover, you need 30 or 40 million silver, and you probably need a couple of thousand gems. And then I could start doing takeovers. You know, but for where you are, like a takeover isn't really a viable option. You just need some coaching. You just, you know, you want to ask some questions. Who should I focus on? You know, is this gear better than this gear? You know, what team composition should I be running in this dungeon? That's the kind of stuff we can talk about. You know, but it's really, you're in good shape. You're in good shape because you have everything you need. Now it's just about the grind, which is unfortunate. Like, it's not the most fun. But now it's just about the grind. Get those speed boots. Start collecting that perception gear. Perception gear is so incredibly important for your account. I mean, let's look at the champions that need perception gear. Artak, Scylla the Drakes, Wukong. I mean, Geomancer, sure. Stag Knight, yes. You know, like Allure, Haikatoon, you know, Cold Heart, like all of these champions can use perception gear. Physics, you know, all of them can use perception gear. And some of the other ones I haven't mentioned could use perception gear. So, you know, perception gear is going to be huge for you. Farming up that speed gear is going to be huge for you. By the way, you can also use accuracy gear as sort of a bridge for a little while. You know, it's going to be slower than perception gear, but it's still pretty good. So you can use that as well. And then just those speed boots. I don't want to sound like a broken record, but honestly, that's what you need more than anything else. You need speed and accuracy. It's got to be perception gear or speed gear. And banners, right? You need to get your banners. You need to get your masteries done. Yeah, Drex actually has his masteries. Okay. All right, so that's about an hour and a half. So we are going to leave this one here, UDK Dino. Now you're already part of, the cluster. So you're in the Discord community. So lean on your clanmates. Ask the questions there. Go ahead and tag me in questions that you ask in the Discord. Just do @Colred when you're asking a question, and I may be able to chime in myself. You've got a great roster. You've got a great roster. You really don't need more champions. Right now, what you need to do is optimize the power of the champions you have. Stick to those couple of legendaries. Get them fully booked. Get that Wukong book. Get that Artak book. Those two champions are so incredibly powerful. They will carry you in so many places. Mix in Scylla the Drakes. That trio is phenomenal. They give you so much of what you need. Then just focus on your epics, right? Focus on your Stag Knight and your Haikatoon. I think those are the ones to start with. For rares, Cold Heart, right? Potentially Apothecary. I wouldn't prioritize Apothecary right now because I think Haikatoon is the better option. But it's really up to you. One of those champions has to be introduced into your rotation. And so that gives you, 6 champions to work on for the next 6 weeks. And by the time you get those optimized, geared properly, and running, you're going to be crushing arena. You're going to be crushing dungeons. You're going to be doing better in Clan Boss. You're going to be walking through most of Doom Tower. And you're really this far away, and it's all the same thing. It's all accuracy and speed. It's everywhere for all of those champions. It's accuracy and speed. And again, getting out of those attack percentage like boots and gauntlets, you don't need those, right? You need the crit rate, the crit damage, and the speed. Your son named you? That's awesome. He named you Dino? Ultimate Death Knight Dino. I like it. All right, well, good luck. Keep me updated. Let me know in the clan chat or whatever what's going on with your account. Love to see another cluster mate doing well. Yeah, it's a good account, man. You should be really happy with the champions that you've got, and there's no reason why you can't conquer this game without a ton of shard pulls. Yeah, you're going to get better champions as you go along, but really the focus now, I think, is optimizing. And once you start optimizing, this account's going to take off, and you're just going to, the snowball is, it's poised on the top of the cliff. Do you know what I mean? You're going to push it. It's going to start rolling downhill, gaining momentum. And this account's going to look so different 3 months from now than it does right now. You're already 270 plus days into the game. So in 90 days, you're going to double the progress that you've made so far. It's just going to be crazy how much you snowball once you get that gearing situation solved. Yeah, definitely. Absolutely. All right, son, are you there? Sometimes he goes away. He left. Here he is. He's back.
Hey.
All right, let's reset that message. Did you already do that?
I already did.
Okay. So quick reminder, if you haven't done this before, click on the link to join our Discord. Go over to the coaching corner. Find the channel called Wheel of Takeover. React to Son's message. That will enter you into a drawing. Make sure you have your email and password ready as soon as you win your takeover. I mean, the second you win your takeover, you can go, woohoo, and then DM me your information, your login information, so we can get the show on the road. All right.
Tell them sus. It's true. Takes a while to get out from under there.
Takes us a while to get out from under what?
The stairs.
Oh. I thought you meant it took you a while to get out from under your bridge.
Yeah.
Gotta climb
Standing on top of the bridge. Keeping guard.
straddling the bridge with his giant club. The troll guarding the way.
Amen, brother.
Yeah. All right, let me get out of here. Good luck, Dino. There are worse things than letting your kid name you. I think that's a good way to get some interesting account names. No. Got to remove some accounts. You let your kid do your pulls? That'd be fun. Yeah. That's a way to play games with your kid. My Discord won't update and I can't see the wheel. I can't solve all your problems, Dark. You know, some things you got to handle on your own, buddy.
There also currently is not a wheel to see, so.
Congrats, Shock.
That could be part of the problem.
These Deck of Fate events can get you some good gear. No, I mean, you know, technical difficulties happen to us all. So I do commiserate, but you know, I mean, I had issue with my audio today. Scratch's baby has pulled him several Legos already. Yeah, my kid can't even hold a bottle yet. He's only, you know, not even 2 weeks old. Hey, Hammerhawk. Hey, double digits. We got Tonk in the house. Good to see you, Tonk. Crystal's back. Yeah, let's see what's going on here. All right, how are we doing on the wheel there?
I think we're ready if you are.
Yeah, go ahead. Let's spin it. OG Stamp. OG Stamp. Now, you definitely won not that long ago, didn't you? Oh, no.
No?
Sorry. Like, I've been seeing OG Stamp's name all over the place recently. OG Stamp, another clanmate.
Great.
Another cluster mate. It's always good. It's always good to help the cluster. All right, Stamp. Whenever you are ready, send me that information. Yeah, and don't forget to smash that like button. Yeah, it's good to see. We got some viewers here today. Topped the 150 mark a couple of times. I missed you guys. I did. I missed doing the takeovers. Sorry, Tulsi. I don't know. Sometimes that's just the way of things. It would be funny if, like, the wheel showed everybody themselves right next to the winner every time. It was just like a troll wheel. It was just like whoever you are, it changes the animation just so you always see your name right next to the winner. You got so close. Let's see. I think the information is coming in. That's cruel. I like it. Sean. Sean Mallet. Members takeovers. There you go. That's an idea. We were kicking around that idea for a bit. It's funny. You know, I was just talking about the number of viewers we had. We just lost like 7 viewers because they're like, damn it, I didn't get my takeover today. I'm not watching somebody else's takeover. I'm out. That does happen. Like as soon as somebody gets their takeover, some people just are like, all right. It's late. I could go. Oh, okay. We've got a Stamp has to give up their takeover because gotta go. So we're gonna spin the wheel again.
We fully reset it. See, this is why you don't leave. See?
No, we're just gonna spin it again. Yeah, Shock, you won one of the early ones. I remember. Tunk, pick me. All right, I can't read that because it's truncated by the streamer thing. How do I?
Doughboy Nate.
Doughboy Nate? Yep, Doughboy Nate. Your account's very different than when I did your last takeover? Yeah. Dark says, I'm eating mac and cheese, so I'm the real winner. You are the real winner, Dark. There is nothing like a good mac and cheese. Man, I feel like mac and cheese right now. I haven't had mac and cheese in weeks. Ian Godwin, I joined Team Geo, yet still no takeover. I wonder why. I wonder if there's a bias against Team Geo players. That would be interesting to check. Yeah, if Doughboy Nate is one of the people who took off, like we lost 7 people, if he's one of the 7 who took off.
Yeah, that's why I was thinking we should reset it.
No, he's here.
Hey.
Yeah, Nate is here. All right. All right, it doesn't look like that is the actual password. All right, Nate, that is not the correct password. Is it not capitalized, maybe? Okay. That is correct. You got it right on the second try. And now we just need your 2-factor authentication. And also, you need to bring me back up to full size. I like this shirt. Nice soft shirt. Fits. It's a new shirt. New-ish. We are in. I helped you get your Fire Knight team so you could get Arbiter, and now you have like 60 plus 60s. Yeah, that would be a big difference. So how long ago was that, Kai? This channel is sponsored by Insert Shirt Brand. I don't even know what brand it is. It's very comfortable. $11,000 energy, Nate. 11,700 energy. Well, you're ready for the next fusion, aren't you? Hydra and Dark Fae primarily. Okay. Well, first of all, level 87. Let's take a look at the login. Also on Cleopteryx, so past 270, but not yet to 390, because 390 is when you get Cleopteryx. I don't know how many Cleopteryx fragments you have, so you're not even halfway. Okay, so you 330 days-ish, something like that. So less than a year, level 87. Let's look at the roster. Ooh. Okay. Lazarius, Mikage, Crixia, you got some nice, very nice mythics there. 6-star soul here on Lazarius. Wow. Got the 5-star Armand soul, 5-star Astrid soul. Ray, I like me some Ray. She is fantastic. She's a really good champion. You've got yourself a Newt. Got the Nishak, Vermin Lord. Got Emic, Calvalax, Artak, and Wukong. You've got a Duchess. Got all your login champions. Supreme Kale, very nice. You've got White King Narcissus. You also have White Queen and Cora. I would assume you do. Yep, there she is. Got Archer. Fantastic. Got Morgan and Oella. You've got Underpriest Brogni. You've got Chintoro. Wow. Got a 6-star soul on your Allure. Count is looking stacked, my man. Fane, Seeker, Neldor. You've got your Maneater. Got your Deacon. Gotta have your Deacon. You got your Skrank, Godseeker, Seer, Demitha, Farrakhan the Fat. You got 2 Seers. One with a 5-star soul, one with a 4-star soul. You've got a Geomancer with a 5-star soul. You got your Gembo. You got your Madame Saris. You got a 2nd Maneater. You got your Vogoth. You got your Cold Heart. Heck, you got a Yumiko down here just waiting to be leveled all the way up. This is a stacked account. Looks absolutely fantastic. 2nd Demitha down here. 2nd Ursula. Got a Skimfos, 2 Skimfos just chilling. Another Deacon. You got a Ugo, Skull Crown, Skull Crusher, Rector Drath, Mausoleum Mage. You got all the things that you need. All the things that you need. Okay. So here's the thing. We're not in a Dark Fae rotation. We're not in a Dark Fae rotation. So let's look at what a Dark Fae team would look like. Let's just look at the roster and we'll look at what a Dark Fae team would look like. Now, for the moment, I'm going to ignore your mythics, okay? And I won't touch your Clan Boss team, absolutely. Let's take a look at your clan boss team. $55 million on one key. Okay, Emic and a Man-Eater unkillable. Very nice. Full auto. Full affinity friendly. 2 key Ultra Nightmare. Very solid. All right, so yeah, I wouldn't likely change those champions anyway. But let's just like theory craft a Dark Fate team. Now, I'm going to avoid your mythics for a second because I don't really know what they do that well. And I don't know their stats and how to build them all that well because I don't have any of them. I just got my Lady Mikage. I still haven't even run her. So you can substitute them if they fit into the roles that you need. Okay. Now, for Dark Fae, you want turn meter control. You need to clear the waves, obviously. And you want to be speed tuned, typically. You want to go first and prevent the enemy team from going. And then you want the boss to not go. So you need to be able to nuke out your team. And in order to nuke out your team, you typically don't want to bring in too many tanky champions. So like you don't want to bring in Siphi, right? You don't want to bring in Duchess. You don't want to bring in Artak. These champions are too tanky. You probably don't even want to bring in Esther Dreamsong, although maybe, because she's actually really good for it, right? She's got the decreased turn meter fill. So you could potentially bring her in. She's, she could work. But it depends. If you build her too tanky, she doesn't work. If you build her just fast and don't worry about tankiness, then she could work. Vizix is sort of a question mark here, right? You can bring in Vizix. She can work. I run Vizix, but you need her to not be so tanky that she doesn't get blown up. She needs to get blown up by your nuker. And there are a lot of different teams you can do. Now, I think Allure is pretty much an automatic. She's all the she's all the turn meter control you really need on the boss if she's fast enough. So if you're running her, you're running her too slow for Dark Fae probably. So I would like to see her at like 260-ish. But potentially you could run her at like 220 or 230 if you were running an increased speed and turn meter champ like Astrid. So you could run Astrid with Allure. I also think Armand's the Magnificent is pretty much a guarantee. Like, this is the guy you want to run. You're running him at 279 speed. He's got the accuracy already, right? You don't even need to push the accuracy. Like, he's got the accuracy at 455, so he's going to take you all the way up. So this is going to be the key component. So this guy is going to lock out the enemy team. Now, here's the thing you have to consider. If you're using Armands as your lockout, you don't want to bring Force Affinity champs into your team because he could weak hit them and then they could break your speed tune, right? So for instance, Astrid as a lead, remember, she gets copied on the other team. Armands isn't going to be able to necessarily stun her or decrease her turn meter. And then she's going to get a turn to go and she's going to decrease your turn meter, speed, but she's going to do all the things that she does, and that could potentially mess you up. Likewise, you probably don't want to bring Rathalos as the damage dealer, right? So I like Ray for this. I think Ray is great. Ray has an AoE freeze. She also strips buffs. You can remove the perfect veil from the boss, potentially. You've got the decreased defense on the A1. You've got the Soul Reap. That's going to help you clear out your own team. She's also going to help with the waves. She's going to be very helpful against the waves. Arbiter's not bad, by the way. Arbiter's actually pretty good into Dark Fae, but you don't have her built right now. Nirgigante Archer can work, but again, she needs to be relatively squishy. You can't build her too tanky or she's going to cause problems. You had a built Deacon, right? How fast is he? 121. So he's not built right now. I'm assuming you have a built Cold Heart, right? How's her accuracy? 220, and she's not built yet. Doesn't have gear. Having a single target nuker for the boss can be really nice. Nishak can actually be great as well. He can be really good. The one issue with Nishak is like the boss needs to go. Right? But he can clear out a wave real fast. Sissy is actually really good as well. She brings a weaken and a decreased defense. She is force affinity. All right, so I mean there are several there's almost too many. There are almost too many options here. What I think would be a really good way to do this would be to take Deacon, build him for the lead. Build him nice and fast. He doesn't have to be the fastest champion because I think Armand's is likely to be your fastest champion. So you have Deacon, Armand's, Ray for the waves. Allure for boss control with Armand's. So those two plus Deacon, right, will be your boss control. And then I think you could use one more champion. We would like a slow. We could get a slow onto the boss. She has that A1 slow, which is pretty nice. Buff removal. Turn meter decrease. And turn meter fill and increase speed. I think Oella would be perfect. I think she'd actually be perfect. Yeah, the only downside of Astrid is, I mean, Astrid's great. The only downside is that she is force affinity, and if we're using Armand's, I don't want to bring in any force affinity champions, especially any that manipulate turn meter or any nukers. I don't want Armand's to have any weak affinity targets. So Astrid's out. Now, if you're not using Armand's, you could go with Astrid. Absolutely. And you could go in a different direction. You don't have to use Armand's, but Armand's is built, right? Armand's is fast. He's at 279, which is fast enough for Doom Tower Hard. You need 256, I think. So he's fast enough for all the waves, and he's fast enough for the boss. Allura is not fast enough. She definitely needs to be sped up. I would say, Banner alone could get you another 15 speed. Shoot for 220 at least. With the turn meter fill from Deacon and the turn meter decrease from Deacon, again, he's got to be fast too. He's got to be like 250-ish. Optimally, you would want Deacon and Armand's faster than the waves. Those two champions you need faster than the wave. If you're gonna run Morrigan, which I think would be a good champion to run. You want her faster than the wave. So you need 3 champions faster than the waves. That's 256 for hard Doom Tower. Ray does not have to be faster. And I don't think Allure has to be faster. Yeah, so here's the thing. If their Armands gets a chance to go, first of all, you're going to want to put his AI in. You don't want him to use sheep ever. You don't want him to use the sheep. He has to turn off the sheep. If the enemy gets a chance to go, and Armands is the one who's taken or whatever, then you've got a problem. So you could potentially get away from Armands. You don't have to run Armands. The thing about Armands is he's so good for just locking out waves and locking out your copies. If he's your fastest champion, that's great. There are other ways to go, but I think Armands is the place to start. It can be a little bit tricky. Just make sure that you turn off his sheep. And then if they don't go, then the polymorph won't play, right? If the boss can't get polymorph, so that doesn't matter. But Armands does potentially create a tricky scenario for you if the boss gets multiple turns and like steals copies, right? But between Armands, Deacon, and Allure, if you're fast enough, the boss should never go. So Deacon, Armands, Allure, Ray, and Morrigan, I like. Again, you can't build Morrigan too tanky. She does have the decreased speed on the A1, which is nice. You want that to land. It's a 70% chance. That's nice and high. She's not going to be bad affinity for Armands. She does have turn meter decrease on the enemy. She has turn meter fill and an increased speed. Both of those are like all 3 of those are really important. So she brings 4 really important things. Actually, 5, I mean, when you think about it, even the steal buffs from target enemy, like that makes life easier too. But you could certainly bring in a cold heart. Like you could certainly do this, right? She's going to help you clear your team, like your copies, and then she's going to have the 100% turn meter decrease. So you could bring her, but I don't think you need her. She might speed things up though. She's going to do more damage to the boss. So you could certainly bring her instead of somebody. Maybe Oella, maybe Ray. Well, no, Ray is really good for the waves, but you might not need Ray for the waves if you have Armands. It's just that the decreased defense that Deacon's bringing you, and then the actual hits from Ray. Ray will be your hardest hitting champion. And the decreased defense, you know, I mean, you've already got the decreased defense from Deacon, so maybe you don't need Ray. Maybe you could bring in somebody else. I like Sissia, but again, she's going to be strong affinity into Armands. So Cold Heart would be okay. You could bring in Cold Heart instead of Ray maybe, and that would be fine. That'd give you more turn meter control, but I don't think you need more turn meter control. So, you know, from a theory crafting standpoint, what do you want? You want a speed-tuned team that makes sure that the copies don't get a chance to go. So that means your fastest champion either has to be a lockout champion, like a stun champion like Armands, or it has to be a turn meter filler that gets your team to jump the copies in line. So the fastest champion could be Morrigan. It could be Deacon. It could be Armands. Any of those champions would work, as long as you're speed tuned, right? If you don't want to bring in Armands, then you can certainly bring in like Cold Heart. And then probably you want your fastest nuker to be Ray, you know, so you want like you want to go from, let's say, Morrigan into Deacon into Ray or something like that. And then Ray would freeze and lock out everybody, right? And again, this is only a 70% chance of freeze, so that's not as good, right? Armands is a 100% chance of stun. That's why that's better. But yeah, I mean, that team should work fine. There are other teams. You have like 50 teams I could think of. But I think this is a relatively easy team to get going, and it could provide value in other places. Now, if you don't want to use Deacon because for whatever reason, let's say he's not built, and you're just like, I don't care, I don't want to use Deacon anymore. I want to use Oella. She's my new cool champion. I want to use her. Great, but then it's not Armand. Then Armand's is not the go-to, right? Because he's going to weak hit into Astrid, and that's going to cause you problems because she's got turn meter decrease and a decreased speed. She's got, increased speed, increased attack, and turn meter fill for herself, for her team. She heals her allies based on the turn meter increase. Like all of that stuff works against you. So if you want to run Astrid, you don't run Armands, you don't run Ray. Right? Allure could even potentially be a problem, but I think Allure is probably okay because you basically want to clear the board and then get to the boss. So you could run Astrid, and then, now you're thinking Spirit and Force, right? So who are you running in that case? Who's your wave clear champion in that case? Cupidus? Cupidus is pretty good wave clear. He's not Masteried. Rathalos? He's booked, he's Masteried. You could use Rathalos. You'd want an AoE HP burner then. Sissia and Rathalos could be a ton of damage. Astrid is good. Now you need Allure, and you do definitely need a second turn meter reducer there. So I know Astrid's got some, but you would need another one. So in that case, maybe the Cold Heart. You bring the Cold Heart back. So you could go, Astrid, Rathalos, Sissia, Allure, and Cold Heart. You could try that. That could work. I'll be honest, I like the other team better, but that could work fine. Right? You also have Vizix. So if Vizix isn't too tanky, you could bring her in. Vizix is really nice because she kind of covers your bases with different options. Because if you can't get through the wave fast enough, you have the AoE provoke, which locks them down and prevents them from doing any of their skills. You have the AoE decrease speed, which you can also use to slow down the enemy team, but also slow down the boss. You want to get that slow on the boss. You have the A1 turn meter decrease, so once all the minions are dead, you can just be pounding on the boss and keeping the turn meter control. She's void affinity. She won't weak hit against anybody. It doesn't matter what team you bring, she works. The downside, the two downsides here, one is that she's tanky. She's just inherently tanky. With the ally protect and all that, like she's harder to remove off the board. I run my full auto team with a Vizix. So you can do it. You can absolutely do it and do it well. But all the good stuff she brings, she also potentially can be problematic if you can't get her off the board. But Vizix is a really nice option. She helps with the waves too, because the provokes and the slows with the waves are great. So Vizix is an option. You have options, basically. But the first one I would try is the Armand's team and see how that works. And if you don't like that, try the Astrid team. Yeah, you've been moving your gear around. That happened. The good news is you don't need to have perfect gear for this. Like, you do need accuracy and speed, but you don't really need survivability. And you only need really one damage dealer, sometimes two. Like Sissia is probably going to be totally fine for clearing the waves, or, Ray will be fine for clearing the waves. Again, they're both missing pieces. You will need to get them fully built. But, if you're talking about Doom Tower hard mode, remember, like, we can go to the raid stages tool. And it's really important to just come here and check in. Like, just know what you're getting into, right? So we go to Doom Tower. I think, yes, rotation 3, hard, and we go all the way up to floor 120. And if you look at the speeds here, where's the speed? Boss is 250. So you need at least 251 speed. Like you need a minimum of 251 speed on your fastest champion. Plus, you copy yourself. So whoever is like on your team is now on the enemy's team as well. You need a 355 accuracy for anybody who's going to debuff the boss. You're probably not going to resist the boss, but if you're trying to resist the boss, you would go, 360 resistance. But 360 accuracy, 355 accuracy, and 251 speed minimum. So you can see where that turn meter fill becomes really useful. The slows become really useful. The increased speeds become really useful. And then the constant turn meter decrease. And then, on top of that, like if you just go to Doom Tower and go to stage 119 and just look here, like look at the speeds here. These champions are running, Lysandra here is running at 260. So your fastest champion needs to be faster than her. So I said 256 before, but I guess I was wrong. Might be 266 because there are even faster champions than this Lysandra, like in the other floors. So, when you build like a Deacon or an Astrid or a Lady Kimmy or anybody, who's like your speed lead and booster who might slow the enemy team and all that, they need to be running faster than any of the enemies. And then everybody needs to be speed tuned with that champion. That's why like Arbiter is really good, right? Arbiter, typically you run her as fast as you can. Maybe you're running her at 310, 330, whatever it is. And then she's got that 30% turn meter fill. That's why she's so valuable. And you can use her against Dark Fae. You can use her against the floors. Like she's great everywhere. Arbiter's a really, really good Doom Tower champion. Her speed aura doesn't play there, so you would need somebody else. That's where that Deacon comes in. That's where, Astrid comes. No, Astrid also has an arena speed aura, but Lady Kimmy has that Doom Tower speed aura. It's massively helpful. So I think from a roster standpoint, not a problem. You just have to make a choice. You just have to make a choice which way you're going to go. I really like the Armand's method because I think he's also good in all the floors, right? He's great against the waves. So it may not be the fastest run, but it's going to be very reliable as long as you don't make the mistake of bringing in some weak affinity champions. Now, if his polymorph becomes an issue for whatever reason based on the team composition that you bring in, if the fears like prevent you from handling the one stolen champion or what, like if that happens, which it can happen, then, Armand's may prove tricky and you need to swap him out and do something else. But, we've got you two suggested team comps here that I think could work. And even, an additional substitute potential with Vizix. You also have, again, Arbiter you could potentially use to get in there. Yeah, it would be more fun if this was an Astrid rotation, right? Asterix, whatever her name is. Astronix, whatever. Dark Fae rotation. If it was a Dark Fae rotation, it'd be more fun because we could actually like experiment with them. But all right, so let's take a look. What's the other thing that you wanted to look at? Hydra. Okay. Okay. Let's take a look at Hydra. So the first thing we want to look for is Hex. You have Nair Gigante Archer, so you're set. Like you're set. That's the only champion you need to do, let's say, even probably up to brutal. But if you're just like trying to get your Mithrala fragments, you could run her against hard. But like she is the perfect. I mean, she's perfect. She's so good. She's got the AoE decrease speed. She's got the AoE hex and the AoE provoke. right? Plus, she's going to heal your team and just sustain them. So she is brilliant. You have Yumiko, by the way, who's insanely good for Hydra as well. I don't even know. I don't even know what to do with Yumiko. I would probably throw her into any team. Like, you put Yumiko together, I don't know. It's silly. But you also have other great champions. So, this guy's got 25% speed in all battles. I know that. Like, I don't know that much about Lazarius, but I know he's got this crazy speed in all battles aura. So you've got that. Let's see. Attacks all enemies, places a block debuffs buff. So there's your block debuffs and your block buffs. Fills turn meter, increase attack. Strengthen. Strengthen is great solution for, I forget which head it is that puts the weaken out there. Let's see what the alternate form does. Removes all debuffs from this champion. All right, so the alternate form doesn't seem as valuable as the main form. You've got a perfect veil, which is going to protect you from the head of torment. So that's nice. Now, Crixia is also pretty freaking good. Decrease resistance debuff and a block buffs debuff on all enemies. So you have that option for the, the block buffs. You also have a buff strip. See about the alternate form. Block debuffs and increase resistance on all allies, which is nice. Removes all debuffs from all allies. And then you've got, so forget Yumiko. You've got Crixia. Right? You don't even, why do you need Yumiko when you've got Crixia? So she seems sick. Now, this is really nice. You have her, right? You got the decreased speed and the weaken. That's AoE. The weaken is really nice. You also have the increased speed and increased attack plus a turn meter fill. And then you get those extra heals. You've got the brimstone as well on 5 stars, which means I'm pretty sure it's 60% chance of protected smite. Yeah, so I mean, you got too many good champions. You got too many good champions for me to start really putting a team together. I don't even know. I don't even know what to do here at this point. I mean, Duchess is great for the perfect veils, the block debuffs, and all that. So you need a way to handle the head of torment. Now you do have a Shamil, right? Yeah, you do. Okay, so he's actually the perfect solution. So we don't need Duchess, I don't think. All right, so I would probably do something along these lines. So we want... I'm not a Hydra expert. People are going to disagree with the way I put this team together, I'm sure. You have two... You could have 2 teams here, really. Let me just see one more thing. So I think for the ease of just like, let's say we're just building one team, whatever that happens to be. Maybe it's a brutal team. I think I might do something like this. Hmm. I just gotta look at those areas again. Hey, he's got to remove debuffs too. Is that on the alternate form? No, it's just from himself. Okay. So, one of the things I'm thinking about here is like we don't have a lot of sustain. Right? We have Archer. That's basically all we have for sustain here is Archer. I always like to have a reviver just in case. And it's good to have a cleanser too, right? So we don't have a cleanse. I wouldn't mind a decrease attack for the Head of Wrath. Rector Drath would be great. Got a decrease attack on her A1. She's got the perfect veils. I mean, maybe we would be better off instead of doing this. We could do where is she? We could do that, right? Now you've got your revive. Lazarius is a reviver? Did I miss that? At the end of this champion's turn, revive a random ally with 50% HP and 50% turn meter on a 3-turn cooldown. Okay, that could be enough. Still thinking about that cleanse. And the decrease attack. I like Coronar. The problem is the Head of Wrath, right? Because he only has AoEs. So not hitting the Head of Wrath could be a problem. Hatatsu is nice. You get the leech, you get the decreased attack, and you get an increased defense. So that's going to make it really easy to survive the Head of Wrath. You get a little bit of everything you need here. The continuous heals even provide a little bit more sustain. He's not really a top end, Hydra champion. I mean, I like Crixie. I don't know. I don't know. I feel like you could get away with a lot. You have so much here. You already have so much here. You don't really need a ton more. But you have a lot of options for this last spot. You could even do something like this, as simple as that. But I'm thinking, this, I like this. The downside here is you're really piling on the force affinity, which can be weakened to some of the certain, and also he has all AoEs as well, right? Like he can't single target attack, so the Head of Wrath becomes a little bit of an issue. You could do this. I don't know that you need the cleanse on the repeat like that. We have the decreased defense. I really think the decreased attack is and the increased defense is nice. I mean, honestly, he feels like a good fit here. You got pretty much all you need. You're not particularly strong into any one affinity. Speed is going to be an issue here. One of the things that I would like to see you do, if you're going to go this route with Archer, is get her into a relentless set. So you get around to those provokes a little bit more often. But with enough speed, it might not matter, right? So, if you're running her at like 250, plus you get the turn meter fills from Lazarius, like that could be really nice. And by the way, one of the reasons I'm struggling with this is because like Astrid's great. Like she could definitely be a core of a team, right? You've got Yumiko, you've got Crixia. Like we could build a whole other team that doesn't use any of the champions that we've used. You put in Duchess here to help handle the fears, and then now you're thinking about damage, however you want to get the damage, you can do it that way. It's like, okay, whatever. Buff strip. It's like you have so many options. You could also go HP burn route, right? Like this could be, you could do, if you wanted to get away from 2 damage dealers in the same affinity, you could do, this instead, so I like this. This brings a decreased attack, right? Now you don't need this as much. Now we can maybe bring in, another support champion. Again, he's got all AoEs. So now you don't really care about the AoEs. You're not trying to avoid the AoEs. You're just like, all right, we're going to let the Head of Wrath pop. But then you probably want to bring in, at least one other champion to provide some survivability. especially if you're gonna pop if you're just gonna ignore the Head of Wrath and just let the Head of Wrath pop whenever you want defensive stats. You know, so now you're talking about maybe bringing in was it Crixia? Who was the strengthened champion? There was a strengthened champion that we saw. Oh, it was okay. Never mind. It was Lazarius. I do like White Queen. You know, she's potentially possible. Yeah, I like this. Decreased defense. Sure. So you could use Gizmac instead of Artak, you know. Yeah. And I think the last champion, you know, is just another support champion, another champion who brings, you know, some sustain. Unfortunately, like, you know, the perfect champion for something like this might be like a Pythion. I mean, I do think this is a pretty good option here. Because he's got the cleanse. Oella could potentially be good. Morgaine could be good. Actually, I kind of like both of those options. Let's go look at those two champions. So Ella, she brings this heal, right? And it increases duration of all ally buffs. So that's nice. She's also got the turn meter fill and the increased resistance. Continuous heals. She's got the decreased speed. So she's really nice. I do like Morgaine as well. Again, we saw her before. She has the increased speed and the turn meter fill. You know, she doesn't have as much. She doesn't really have the sustain. Oella's the one with the sustain, with the heals. I would like a second sustain champion, I think. It could potentially be something as simple as a Doom Priest. Or a Godseeker. You know, you could even bring in a Vogoth, because Vogoth has a backup provoke, plus a decreased attack. So, you know, this gives you a second chance to land the things that you need to land. And then when you get hit, you know, especially by the Head of Wrath, you know, Vogoth's going to mitigate some of that damage, or at least heal some of that damage if you don't get nuked out. You know, you've got Under Priest Brogni could bring you shields. You also have this random buff removal, you know, so you got like that mini kind of buff removal. Another block debuff. I mean, I don't know. You got a lot of options. I mean, Kira's nice too, right? Ally protection with an increased defense. You get the decreased accuracy and a decreased attack. You have a lot of really nice options. Fortunately, you don't seem to have. I mean, I think Oella might be the best healer that I'm seeing. So maybe that would be the simplest way to go. Just to bring her in. You know, this team's going to go a long time. I think this team could go a long time. So let's go ahead and just fire them up. What? Actually, let's do this here. And let's see what difficulty we're in. Let's just try brutal. Oh, you haven't unlocked brutal. Okay, we'll try hard. I'm just going to let it run on full auto. Let's see. Double that speed. Let me get myself shrunken down again a little bit. Actually, I'll go on the other side. Over here. So, Rathalos is going to work off of the HP burn damage. So obviously you want to land the HP burn damage. Or HP burn, debuffs. If Artak isn't landing them. Oh, did we not switch? Sorry. We meant to switch. We're going to switch him out and bring in this guy, right? I don't know who's built, by the way. I don't know if these champions all have gear. Did we lose our decrease attack? If we lost our decrease attack with Artak, then I would probably keep Artak in. Because you're going to want that decrease attack for the Head of Wrath. Now, we do have a strengthen buff. And that could be enough. That can be enough to get you through, especially if your team's tanky enough. Wow. They stole all our buffs. He's not built. He's got no gear on. He's got no masteries either. All right. Let's see if we can just throw some gear on him for now. Let's start with a nice HP percentage. Chest plate. Might work. Hmm. All right, so we got some options down there. Let's see it. Lifesteal. Lifesteal's okay on him, by the way. It's not like I want to put lifesteal on him. I'm trying to get a quick build onto him here. That's actually pretty nice. Need to land a double roll and a crit rate here, I think. All right, 96%. So that's perfect because he doesn't have masteries yet. So you get 5% from the masteries. Not bad. Let's go ahead and do. You're going to want a Slayer ring on him if you can get it. This one looks good. I mean, again, you might want these pieces on other people. I don't know. But that, and then let's go ahead and see what we can find. Ooh. Well, if we can get. This isn't really what we want on him. He's not an AoE, so we don't want that. And we have 3 pieces, so we don't need it. We don't need that. We just want crit damage. Doesn't matter that much. Let's do that. And then attack percentage or speed would be good. There we go. That's not bad. Not too shabby. Take that. And again, you can push this, right? This will take you up to. What does this go up to on 5 stars? Is it 65%, right? Okay, yeah. So you get another 23% crit damage there. Get around 200% crit damage plus, the extra here. You're going to get another 7% here, I think, right? No, 9%. 9% there. So yeah, that'll push you over 200% crit damage. You got some more stats there. It's not too bad. I don't think I'm pulling gear off of anybody who's important there. Upgrade this to 8. Attack percentage, HP percentage, defense. Okay. So now let's try again. Lifesteal gear will help make him a little bit more survivable. I don't really love lifesteal gear on him. I think generally you just want an HP percentage chest plate and then sustain from the team, and usually that's enough. But he won't get knocked over every moment now. We landed 4 AoE HP burns there. It was really nice. All right, hang on a second. All right, we want to start with the block debuffs. Oh, it's not. Okay. And we want to start with the provoke. Oh, it's not the head. It's the head of blight. Doesn't matter. We don't need the provoke. So, this team should be fine. I mean, I think you want to tweak your teams a little bit. You have Crixia. You want to try bringing Crixia. You have some other options here. Shamail keeps dying. That is a Head of Wrath. We want. I think without the decreased attack, the Head of Wrath is more dangerous. I actually kind of like Artak better. I think part of the issue, the Head of Wrath is actually so. Yeah, let's just try that one more time. I think I do like Artak better for the decreased attack. Attacks all enemies. After attacking, places a block buffs debuff on all enemies for 2 turns. Okay, so let's just try that. All right, so it landed some. I mean, he weak hits into 2 of those. Okay, and then we probably want to do the AoE slow, actually. We landed that. Okay, so now we can just run it. So the decreased attack out there is going to make the Head of Wrath a little bit less of an issue. The strengthen is going to be good. I think you can go ahead and activate the Head of Wrath here if Oella provides enough sustain and Archer provides enough sustain. You don't really care about the Head of Wrath so much. It feels like you might want a Mischief Tank on this team. I don't know if you can figure out who the Mischief Tank is going to be because you got a ton of buffs. You got buffs everywhere. So I don't know who the Mischief Tank would be. But if you found a Mischief Tank, you might be able to say, okay, you know, prevent those buffs from going out there because the Head of Mischief right now is just wreaking havoc. You could also potentially find somebody who's a better block debuffs champion. I don't know. I mean, Crixia strips buffs, right? So that's an option too. You could bring in Crixia here instead. Yeah, that's true. I mean, Oella has an increased resistance, so if you had a decreased accuracy, I mean, this is a lot more buff stolen than I'm used to. I usually don't struggle with this as much, but I also think like, you know, you can bring in an Ugo here. You could bring in a Wukong to strip buffs and provide the block debuff. So there are other options, you know. I don't know the mythicals all that well. I don't know mythical champions that well. So it's kind of just quick glancing at their kit and seeing like, you know, does this guy play here? You have at least 2 brutal level teams, though. You have at least 2 teams. I mean, between Astrid and Crixia and the other mythical, whatever his name is, plus Duchess, plus, you know, you have Sissia Flame Tongue. So you have another AoE HP burner. You have, you know, like you have the champions you need to do the damage. I think you had a Husk there. You know, you had a Royal Guard, so you could go that route. I think you have at least 2 brutal level teams here. My guess would be, you know, this is full auto, by the way. This is not us manualing and optimizing. So my guess would be this team probably on brutal is going to get you 50 million. Maybe more. I'd be surprised if it didn't. But, you know, obviously when you manual, you like the 50 million, I think would be relatively easy. Full auto, who knows? You know, manualing, you might get 80 million, 100 million. And I think if you optimized with gear and stuff like that, you know, you're looking at 120 to 150 million. Different rotations are going to be different. You know, but I think, you know, you get Shamail into slightly better gear. I really feel like maybe Bad Alcazar would have been the way to go with this team. I don't know. I mean, Oella has that increased resistance, which was one of the reasons why I brought her, but it seems like we're getting the buff stolen anyway. So what you really don't want to have happen is have the increased resistance buff stolen and spread, and then you're hosed, right? That's really bad. But like the damage here is solid, and it'll go up. You could potentially put Archer in, like I said, in Relentless, or you could build her in a damage build. That's an interesting option, Darren. Like one of the things is Shamail boosts whoever your lead is, right? They get extra turn meter fill from his passive. So there's a lot of value to be had. Like I when I was running my HH free to play challenge account, I had either Deacon Armstrong in the lead or I had Melga Steel Girdle in the lead. So with Deacon, you got turn meter fill for your turn meter filler, right? Like the more you pushed his turn meter, the more often he increased everybody else's turn meter. So you just increase the overall speed of your team, which is what we've got going on here. We've got a speed lead with a turn meter fill, and you know, so you're getting more turn meter fill. he's also doing things like blocking the debuffs, so you get around to that skill more often. So I like him in the lead. But if you had Rathalos in the lead, he would go more often, which would mean he would activate his passive more often. He'd get to that 5th hit more often. He would do more damage more often. So the question becomes a matter of utility, survivability, versus damage. Like, if you're covering all of your bases so completely that, like, you're not worried about landing your debuffs or missing them, you're not worried about dying or whatever, then you start thinking about putting your damage dealer into that lead spot. Get the increased attack, get the extra, turns. Do that, and then have that, just boost your overall output. One of the things about this particular team, though, is we are running 3 damage dealers. It's a little bit weird because, like, we have Rathalos, who's the nuker. We have Shamail, who's like the fear cleanser, but he also deals damage. And then we have Artak, which is the HP burner, who's also landing the decreased attack. So it's like Rathalos is the only pure nuker, but we're really running 3 damage dealers. And you could even say, like, Archer does a decent amount of damage too. Like, we're going to see the numbers at the end here. A lot of champions are doing damage in this team composition. So as a result, I'm not worried about the overall damage, I don't think. Like, you'll get the numbers you need for where your clan is. You won't have any trouble doing really well in hard or even brutal. So, I don't know what your previous best was. I don't know that this is going to do better than your previous best, but this is going to be very consistent. You can see this is full auto. Again, like, the nice thing about this team is you have Archer, and she just makes almost any team capable of running full auto. Because she just does what she does. And it's like, you're not really going to mess with her AI very much. You know what I mean? Like, she just does what she does. She comes around so fast. The one thing I think could really improve that potential is getting Archer into a really fast Relentless set. If you could get her up to like 250, 260, get her in Relentless, she just comes around with those AoE. That AoE slow is so huge, especially against the Head of Mischief. You want to slow down that Head of Mischief because the Head of Mischief is the fastest head by a lot. It's like 30 speed or something faster than the second fastest, and like 50 speed faster than the third fastest head. Head of Mischief is so fast. So that decreased speed is really valuable. Obviously, the Hex is really valuable, the AoE Hex. Obviously, you need that Provoke as well. So that Relentless proc just allows you to get back around to those things faster. This might be a problem. No, it's not. All right. Oh, well, I'll get called here. Now, in this particular case, what you should be doing is at least manually targeting. So I should be targeting the Head of Wrath here. Or, sorry, Head of Suffering. This is the Head of Wrath, right? The Head of Suffering to get Oella out as quickly as possible. But even if you were running full auto and you didn't do that, she probably would have been freed. But when you get down to the 2-turn Devour, when they get digested on 2 turns, it can be hard to clear that champion, especially if Rathalos gets grabbed. If Rathalos gets grabbed and it's a 2-turn cooldown, you really need to focus Shamail and Artak and Archer on that head in order to clear that, clear that debuff and get your champion back. Shamail and Nekma was great. Estrid is, there are a lot of really good options. I think Estrid would be a great lead for this team. The things that you need to bring. You basically need to bring a solution for every head, right? But not every head is equally scary. So you need the AoE Hex, or you at least need a really reliable Hex. The AoE Hex is nice because you don't have to target the Head of Mischief to land it on the Head of Mischief, right? So the AoE Hex. You need the Provoke. Doesn't have to be an AoE Provoke. You just need a consistent Provoke. You need a block debuffs or a buff strip or both. Preferably a block debuffs. That's the best one, right? You realistically need an AoE slow. In order to do really good damage and stay alive, you need an AoE slow. And then you need a decrease attack for the Head of Wrath and some way to sustain your team. strengthen buffs, shield buffs, increased defense buffs, continuous heals, direct heals, revives, all of those things are potentially there. And like you can use, and then you also have to deal with the fears from the Head of Torment. So that's Shamail or a Perfect Veil, or like an every turn cleanse, right? So it could be like a Doom Priest or a Tuhana Rock. So there's a lot you need to bring. So every time you change one champion, you have to look at the entire team composition and say, what did I lose and what did I gain? Am I redundant now? Do I have too many of one thing? Did I drop something that I needed? Oh, I lost my increased attack. That's what our decreased attack. That's what happened when we made the swap on the HP burners. We pulled out our attack. We put in the Mythic because we thought the Mythic is a better champion. But the Mythic doesn't have the decreased attack, and we need the decreased attack because, as you can see, the Head of Wrath is wrecking us right now. And we lost our Reviver is in his mouth. We need him back, and we lost him. Okay, so that's the end of this run, right? Like that was the failure point here. So we're looking at 34 million. We'll probably pick up another million. Call it 35 million, right? But what happened is we have one Reviver. He can revive one target. He got devoured by the Head of Wrath, who we then have to hit, who then activated and nuked us, and we didn't have our defenses up because the guy who got devoured is also our strengthened champion. And we didn't have a decreased attack on him, and he had an increased attack buff. So if we had been able to block that buff or strip it, or if we had landed a decreased attack, right? All of those, that was like a cascade failure. Like we could have managed that better. Maybe by manualing it, we could have managed it better. But, so anytime you make a swap, anytime you run a run, you want to say, what am I short on? What am I a little bit weak on? I feel like this team could really use an AoE reviver that also provided healing. That's why I was thinking Pytheon, right? But even like an Elva could work, right? Because that would be more speed with the block debuffs, with the cleanse, with at least one other single target reviver. Now this isn't a bad result for full auto. We just put it together in a little bit. So this is where you're standing right now in terms of, this is only hard, right? This isn't even brutal. This team should do twice this damage. You manual it, you run it a few times, you'll get twice this damage. You will get, I think, 80 million out of this team in hard if you manual. And I don't think that's a stretch. But, it might be worth making a little bit of an adjustment, So what about, again, what about taking Awella out, putting in a different support there who has a revive, and again, so it's like, all right, other effects, positive effects, revive, and this is where it's like, okay, now if we're making these changes, what do we do? I don't think Ugo's the play here, but Ursula's interesting. Ursula gives you an increased attack. She gives you a decreased attack, which is good. Then the R-tack issue is less severe. And she gives you an AoE revive. She's also Void Affinity, so she won't weak hit on her decreased attack the way R-tack does. So she's 5 stars, But that could be a good option. You have, White Queen Ancora, but if you have White Queen Ancora, maybe bring in White King. Now you bring in White King, who do you pull out? Do you pull the Rathalos out? Right? And then what does the White King bring? So again, if we go to the champions, let's look at the White King for a second. I don't have this champion. This is not a champion I'm super familiar with. He ignores defense. Okay. So he'll receive less damage from the Head of Wrath. Yeah, I don't know that he's awesome, but he hits hard, I know, right? So it's like potentially. See, so if I did decrease attack, right, and then I went to other effects, I went positive effects, I went revive, it's going to give me Ursula. It's going to give me these two epic, Rector Drath and Ursula. Both of whom, by the way, are awesome for Hydra. They're both really, really good for Hydra. You don't hear about them because they're not like meta legendaries, right? But if you think about it, like she gives you an AoE decrease attack, 100% chance, AoE, no weak hits. So it's 100% chance to land. It's the only thing, 97% chance to land. You get the 3% resist. She also places an increased attack buff on your allies. She's got the AoE revive. It's a great revive, 75% HP and turn meter 50%, plus increased defense and strengthen on all allies for 3 turns. Fantastic. You know, Rector Drath, single target revive, really pretty solid single target revive, 60% HP and turn meter of 60%, plus the perfect veil. But she's also got the continuous heals. She's got the perfect veil that helps deal with the head of torment. So you can pull Shamil out of the team. You know, you have the decreased attack on the A1. You get the extra heals here. You got the extra resistance. Like, she's fantastic too. You've also got Duchess, right? We've got Duchess. If we bring in Duchess, again, you know, this is the increased attack buffs. It's the block debuffs. It's the perfect veil. You've got the passive, decreases damage taken by AoE, so that helps with the Head of Wrath. You got the AoE revive. You know, you got the shield on the A1. This doesn't bring in sustain. You don't get heals here, but you don't get heals from Ursula either. You know, the problem is this champion doesn't bring a decreased attack. Increased defense is nice. The perfect veil is mitigation, though. So this is the perfect veil is 15% mitigation, and then the passive is 15% damage. It's not 25%, it's 15%. So you're basically taking 15% off twice. I think it's multiplicative, so it ends up being like 27% as opposed to 30%. Something like that. Yeah, I mean, you know, we don't have the AoE. We don't have the AoE hex here. So that would be the problem. You need the hex on this team. So I think, you know, right now, like I said, I think Archer is the one to key around because that AoE provoke and the AoE slow and the AoE hex. But the hex is the most important thing. The thing you probably need to do is find a champion to put a cursed set onto. Now, Ray, we were talking about before for Dark Fae, but she's actually a pretty good champion to put a hex set onto because she's got 3 AoEs. You know, you could do Artak, but I don't think he's a great option for it. Supreme Kale could be, you know, he's got that AoE weaken on the A1, which is really nice. Increases duration of enemy debuffs. Doesn't require accuracy, right? Doesn't require accuracy at all. So because he's less stat hungry, you can put him into a cursed set. Decrease resistance that cannot be resisted. Just makes the accuracy for all your other champions really nice, you know, and easy. If you had a cursed set, if you could get him into a cursed set, you don't need accuracy. You just need speed and survivability. And if you can get 100% crit rate, get 100% crit rate. You know, do some extra damage. I think he would be a really good option. He's already Void Affinity. He doesn't need the accuracy. That AoE weaken is so, you know, so this would be the guy I think to put into a curse set if you're not using him elsewhere. If you're using him elsewhere and you don't want to put him in a curse set, that's fine. I understand. I do like Ugir. I think he's pretty good for Hydra. I think he's underrated, but so yeah. I mean, I think you got some options. I hope that you know, like I said, I'm not the Hydra expert. But I think, and I don't know the mythical champs that well. I really like this Lazarius. He looks really cool. I don't know where else you're using him, but I don't think this passive revive is enough. I don't think it's enough. With the Head of Wrath out there, you always get a chance of like taking a nuke at a bad time and losing 2 or 3 champions. Like even with buffs up, you know, and like we saw when he got devoured, we didn't have to strengthen. We didn't have, you know, there's so much that we missed. So I just feel like that last spot could really go to another. Like OL is close, but she's not quite enough. She doesn't have that revive. So, you know, maybe Ursula for the time being, maybe Rector Drath. Maybe you try, you know, Duchess and you pull out Shamail and you add in, you know, somebody else, maybe Bad Alcazar or, you know, I don't know, somebody who does some sustain as well as damage. But I think you could just go with this one. You could just try with this one, manual the fight. I think you'll get 80 million on hard. Anyway, all right, so how does that feel? Does that feel like a starting place to work from? Because like I said, I think you have... Yeah, probably pull him out and put in... I don't think you have a slow here. Oh, no, you do, right? Oh, Astrid has a slow. Decrease speed, weaken. So you might not need Supreme Kale with Astrid because they both have AoE weakens. You know, so potentially you could do sort of this deal where you do more like... We're missing a provoke. I just realized we're missing a provoke here. Molly's not bad. I like Coronar too. I mean, AoE Provoker with, Void Affinity, decrease attack, decrease defense. I also like Vizix a lot. Vizix has the AoE slow and the provoke. The only problem is that ally protection can sometimes kill her. But maybe something like this. It's not bad. That could work really well. Yeah, you're welcome. The good news is you have the champions to take it all the way to Nightmare. I don't think you have the builds yet. Do you know what I mean? I don't think you quite have the gear. You probably want to work on your Great Hall, maybe work on the Hydra, like area bonuses. One of the things that you can do here in the area bonuses for Hydra, get speed, get accuracy, get resistance, right? After you have those three, you can start thinking about like the crit damage, the ignore defense, the HP. Attack is the last thing you need, probably defense as well. Not that defense isn't good, but HP tends to be better. I don't know if ignore defense is better than crit damage. Probably ignore defense is better. But this is actually where you can get a decent amount of resistance here. You can get up to this 20 plus 24 plus 32 resistance pretty quickly. You also get into the affinity bonuses. This is where you can start to actually pull those resistances. You don't need resistance on everybody. You just need resistance on a mischief tank if you're going to make a mischief tank. If you don't make a mischief tank, if you're bouncing all around, then that's a little bit trickier. But, you have resistance that you can get from builds. You can get it from area bonuses. You can get it from the Great Hall. You can even get it from an aura or a buff, right? So you've got those 5 different sources of resistance. So play around with that, see if you need to boost your resistance. You may not. I don't run high resistance champions in my Hydra. What I basically do is just make sure I have a block debuffs buff up there, and when my buffs get stolen from a champion, they don't go anywhere, right? The enemy doesn't get it because I always have block buffs up on the Head of Mischief. So he steals my buffs and they just disappear. It's just a cleanse. Like he just cleanses my buff. And so that's a way to go, so if you do that instead, it's easier. It's less stat intensive. But you have to have a really reliable block buffs champion then, right? So. Yeah, I agree, Darren. I think Molly's a really nice option for provoke as well. Actually might be the best. She might be the best provoker that you have there. Because if you look at Molly, she doesn't bring a lot. She doesn't bring a lot else. She is a reviver. So she does bring a revive. It's a single target revive. It's not like an awesome revive. She gets this turn meter stuff, which is not bad. Okay. But this provoke has a chance to be placed for 2 turns. 50% of the time on a 3-turn cooldown, which is pretty great. The reflect damage is whatever. Doesn't do much. So she's a really good option for provoke. Husk is not a bad backup provoker. So he has a 40% chance on his A1. It's not a huge chance, but he has this AoE that hits really hard. So potentially he's a damage dealer that's a backup provoker. I do like to have a backup provoker. With Archer, you typically don't need it if she's going at the right speed. You just have to watch out. When she's about to get devoured, you want to make sure you land that provoke before she gets devoured so that when she does get devoured, you have the cycle to get her back before you have to worry about a provoke again. Because the worst thing is like, she gets devoured, the head of Decay cleanses everybody. Head of Mischief steals all your buffs, spreads it, and now you're like trying to burn through a boss that has all these, like has all your buffs on it. It's like, it's just awful. So you need that provoke to be there. But she can be your solo provoker. You don't need another provoker. if you have her running at the right speed, especially if you have her in Relentless, you know. But it can be tricky to have the Relentless, have the speed, and have the accuracy. But I would say, you know, her accuracy doesn't have to be this high. Remember that she does have an A1 that gives herself an increased accuracy buff. I think we were also running another champion that gave an increased accuracy buff. So if you have it in the team, then you don't need to worry about it either. So potentially you can get her out of, I mean, that's a nice boot. I was looking at this earlier. I was like, that's a nice boot. But, you know, consider your Relentless. I don't know how good your Relentless gear is. You got some. You know, and if you can find accuracy like this is a really good piece for her with the HP percentage. That's a pretty nice piece. I mean, defense is good. This is good too. Yeah. This is a really nice piece. You could roll that one up. Accuracy and HP. Beautiful. Look how good these gauntlets are. Defense percentage, speed, HP, and accuracy literally can't get better. Right? Cannot get better for her. The only thing maybe you could have is this could be like legendary with resistance on it, right? Like this is exactly what you want. You roll this piece up for her. You know, if this rolls well, it doesn't even have to roll perfectly. This becomes her gauntlet. You know, you probably have a weapon, a helmet, and a shield for her, and then you can find the chest piece in almost any that's nice. That could be nice. You know, you could even go HP percentage. Retaliation is nice on her. Although that's rolled into attack, unfortunately. Speed, this is great. Perfect. Perfect. Look at this. Right? You've got that now. You also potentially have, I didn't even check the speed boots. I don't know if you have Relentless. Those are beautiful for her. You know, you don't need Demitha in Relentless, right? That's not, I mean, you could. Maybe you've got a solution where you like her in Relentless. I don't know. But this is beautiful. You've got accuracy, resistance. You got a double roll into defense percentage with a max glyph on it. These go on her. Now you've got the where's these gauntlets? This is nice. Not bad. Now, with this defense, well, you're going to be well over 4K defense. You roll that up, you're going to be over 50,000 HP. You glyph this out, all of these out, you're going to be at, 225 speed. No accuracy bans, huh? Not with speed on them. That's rough. Wow. I'd get her in an accuracy banner. Like I said, I don't think you need quite this high as accuracy because she gets that accuracy buff. So for what you're trying to run her in Hydra, I think 250 is more than enough. So you could even ignore it, but you're going to be able to glyph a little bit of accuracy back, right? Because there's 1, 2, 3, 4, at least 4 more glyphs. You'll be able to get her over 250, no problem. I think that's a really nice build. Yeah, I could take a quick look, but this, this feels to me like, all right, it's a little bit slow. It's a little bit slower than I would like. If this like double rolls into speed, or at least single rolls into speed, and then you could glyph again. You have 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't know about the shield. It doesn't look glyph, so that might be 5. And then the banner is 6. So you got 6 glyphs. If it's an average of 4 speed per glyph, and you're talking about 24 additional speed, plus with any rolls here, maybe, maybe you get her to 240. Maybe you can get her to 240. That would be a really nice starting point, I think. 50,000 HP, 4.2k defense, 230 to 240 speed, 250 accuracy. Beautiful. Right? In a relentless set. That's what you need for that Hydra team. She'll just keep pumping. She will keep everybody alive. She'll keep everybody provoked. She keeps all the hexes up. Right? Boom, 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 boom. Great. And you could use her everywhere. You could use her everywhere in that build. So, yeah, if you don't have her with 100% crit rate, she loses a bit of damage. And you could still try that. Like, if you think that she's tanky enough without these defense percentage gloves, if you can get her around, 3.8k, 4k without defense percentage gloves, and you wanted to get her back into crit rate gloves, get her up to 100% crit rate, she'll do more damage that way. Sure. But I think this would be really nice. Yeah, you want to roll this up a little bit? Give me another one. Perfect. Give me one more speed. Literally perfect. Could not have been better. Now you're at 217. You're going to glyph her back. Like again, what did I say? We had 6 glyphs. So that's a minimum of 24. I mean, you shouldn't take less than 24 speed there. And that'll get you over 240. If you can get more speed out of another piece somewhere along the line, like this only has the flat roll. This only has the flat roll. This has a roll into speed. Everything else has a roll into speed. But if you could get a chess piece that had, double roll into speed or something, now you get to 250. With the turn meter fill that you're getting, right? With the speed boost that you might be getting, depending on who you're running in the lead. I think 240 is enough. I think 240 is enough. But when it comes to Archer, faster is better. There's no such thing as a too fast Archer. You know what I mean? Like if you're running your Archer at 350, I'd say great. Like she's one of those champions. Like she just does so much. Like more turns. Yes, please. Thank you. Like get her more turns. And I think Relentless is perfect for that. So take a picture of this right now, or just like bookmark this, because I'm not going to actually do this swap. Because I want you to look at your Demitha before I do this swap for you? Okay. Real quick, let's look elsewhere. Hard mode spider doing great. Hard mode dragon, you should be able to push this. One of the things you want to remember is the affinity issue here. And by the way, a block debuffs or a cleanse is kind of critically important here for this. There you go. He's not built. This guy's perfect for dragon. That Alcazar is absolutely perfect for dragon. So I would pull him in. He's even the right affinity for this one. So kit him out, make him defensive. Where is he? All right. Actually, Archer's fine. But you might do better with, like, Loella here. Right? She's the right affinity. Plus, she's going to give you about as much sustain. You know, the question is, she's not going to give you as much control over the waves, but she, you know, this could be good. No, I wouldn't bring in Duchess here. Not for this affinity. I think she's in the wrong affinity. I know she brings you the block debuff buff, but I think Bad Alcazar is enough. And you probably, like, all you need to do is push past this, right? Because what you really want to do is you want to get to stage 6. You want to be able to farm stage 6. And at stage 6, you're going to be flexible. You can do whatever you need to do. So all you have to do is get past this round. And what you want to do is you want force affinity champions. Like, all you need is force affinity champions. So it's like, you want to take out your spirit affinity champions, bring in your force affinity champions. And go to town. You know, like, I don't know that you need this guy, but the AoE HP burn is good for Rathalos. So I would probably start by leaving him in and then work your way, you know, another direction. You could also go with this. She's strong affinity, you know, and she's going to bring in really good wave clear. Again, you need Bad L built. But this team will cruise through here. No problem. You'll crush stage 3 here. Stage 4 is Spirit Affinity, I think. No, stage 4 is Force Affinity. So when you get to stage 4, you do the opposite. You bring back your Spirit Affinity people. You pull out your Magic Affinity, right? If you have to, you bring in some neutral affinities. So Ella becomes a lead. And then, you know, for the AoE HP burn, again, probably Sissia. No problem. You could also do this, by the way. He does great, you know. But you could do that. Here you could bring in Duchess. You could absolutely bring in Duchess here. That'll cruise through force affinity. And then you're up to stage 5, which is Spirit Affinity. Spirit Affinity is you take out the magic, you know, you take out Rathalos. And you go back to the Magic Affinity champions or Spirit Affinity champions. This is fine. Probably. Again, I like him better because of the decreased attack. And then for the boss, I mean, I like that just fine. Be nice to have a cleanser. I'd do that. Bring her in. Yeah, definitely bring her in. So, oh, we have Stultus. Do we have Stultus? Yeah, but he's the wrong affinity for that. But when he's strong affinity or neutral affinity, definitely bring him in. He's awesome. Because he's just going to return those debuffs. Yeah. So, I mean, you've got the champions, you've got the roster. You know, I think part of it's going to be gearing a little bit, right? Because you're bouncing around gear from champion to champion. You really need to get sort of a baseline gear on all of the champions that you want to use. And you have so many good champions. I mean, your roster is stacked. You have a lot of options. And that can sometimes put you in a situation where you freeze up. You're like, oh, I've got too many choices. You know, we didn't even talk about Cupidus and how good Cupidus is, right? And he's booked. And he's got Soul Reap. He's got an A1 AoE. He's got an A2 AoE with a 100% chance of AoE HP burn. He's got his own increased attack. And it's a second chance to place AoE HP burns out there. Can't be resisted, so it doesn't need accuracy. He's a great champion for you in a lot of cases. Would pair up well with Rathalos, for instance. You know, yeah. Like I said, you got Nishav, Berman Lord. He's booked. Got Brimstone, right? He's got a only a 1-star soul, I guess. But like this guy is awesome. Boss, absolute boss killer. Absolute boss killer. You know, doesn't need crit rate. You know, doesn't need crit damage. What you need is attack. You need to boost his attack. So like you don't need these crit damage gauntlets. You want attack percentage gauntlets because he's a bomb champion. Bombs don't scale off of crit damage. They scale off attack only. But he can be an absolute boss killer. So you wouldn't use him against Spider or Ice Golem, but you could use him. You could definitely use him against Dragon. You can use him in Doom Tower in a lot of places. You can use him against Iron Twins. You know, Bad Alcazar is so good. And we haven't even talked about Septimus, who's really fun, and it can be very good as well. We haven't talked about your epics, like you've got Skrank. I think you've got where was he? Is it built? You know, Neldor. We haven't talked about. Neldor is perfect for Fire Knight. Absolutely perfect for Fire Knight. Like one of the best champions, not epic champions. One of the best champions in the game for Fire Knight hard mode. I'd say he's top 5 for Fire Knight hard mode. You know, so you've got the roster. It's just going to be getting gear on everybody and then using them. I mean, you've got 11,700 energy. You know, like go farm some gear. You know, I think Perception is huge for you. Perception is huge for everybody. Perception is it's the best set in the whole game. It's the best set in the whole game. It's not in terms of like specifics. Like there are more powerful sets, but it's the most universally useful set in the game. And therefore it's the most valuable. You need thousands of pieces of Perception gear. You know, it's just like crazy. So get into Faction Crypts and get that. But you're in good shape. You're in good shape. Enjoy your Hydra teams. You've got at least 2 teams. Your normal and your hard mode, you should be getting your top chest. You'll get your Mithrala really soon. Then Mithrala goes back into your Hydra teams because she's an AoE Hex champ and you're missing those. So, you know, she's going to provide you with another AoE Hex champion. She's got the Strengthen, she's got the Cleanse, increased attack, increased defense, shield, petrification, poisons. She's so good. And then you can put her everywhere. So. Calvalax is good too. So is Supreme Kale. Yeah, all of those champions. Okay. I assume you're clearing Doom Tower normal pretty easily. What I would probably start doing with your account where it is I would start with hard. Like I would start when the reset happens, start clearing hard. Don't start with normal anymore. Start with hard. Even if you can only get halfway up, you want to be farming the materials for 6-star forge gear, not the 4 and 5-star gear. So when you cap out on hard mode, if you get to floor 62 and you can't get past 62, then go to normal and then clear normal. Okay? Because you want to be able to farm some of these bosses. That's another way you're going to get really good gear. Yeah, Nate, you are welcome. You are welcome. All right, so I hope people found this helpful. That was fun. I don't normally love doing Hydra clan boss takeovers. I'm still not an expert in Hydra clan boss. I'm getting better though. And one of the reasons I'm getting better is because I'm doing takeovers and stuff, but I'm also talking about it more. I've been playing it more on my main account. And so I'm getting better. But, you know, there's always these little nuances, like you've got all of these mythical champions. I don't, you know, it's like, so there's that. And then sometimes, you know, it's like you have Siphi. I don't have Siphi. You have Duchess. I don't have Duchess. You have Turvold. I don't have Turvold. You know, it's like, I don't have Bellatar. I don't have White King, you know, so it's like I don't have Supreme Kale. So a lot of it can be also theoretical. But again, remember the thing about Hydra Bus is really having that solution for each head, right? And sort of prioritizing. All right, I need that AoE Hex, that AoE Provoke, that AoE Slow. I need the block debuffs, you know, like, or block buffs, rather. I need the block buffs. And just keeping track of all of those solutions. I need to handle the fear somehow. Like, you need all of those solutions. And so compositions can really transform, but those requirements stay the same. All right, you are very welcome. All right, that is it for this Takeover Tuesday. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. It was great to be back. It was really fun. It was really fun. I love hanging out with y'all. I know I don't respond to chat as much during the Takeover Tuesdays as I do during the other live streams, but I do try to pay attention a little bit, and I appreciate all the suggestions. So definitely, if you had a takeover today, don't ignore like the chat. Chat knows stuff. There's a lot of good players in chat. So if you come back and watch your video again, because I did a takeover for you and you want to like get more info, read the chat as well. There are a lot of really good suggestions there. And I don't always get to address them all because I'm focused on your account, but you know, there are other things that I've missed that other players have seen. So don't neglect the chat. All right. Hopefully be back on Sunday. We had a Sunday live stream this week. We'll try to keep that going. I don't know if it's going to be every Sunday, but we're going to try to keep that going. So come back and watch us on Sunday. Don't forget to hit the like button, subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Consider joining our Discord community because it rocks. It's so good over there. All right, son, are you around? Do you want to say goodbye to the people?
Have a wonderful rest of your day, everybody. Thanks for stopping by.
Have a wonderful rest of your day, all. I've been Colred. He's been Son. See you soon.